force, lightweight, and extremely maneuverable. With a power-to-weight ratio second to none in all of motorsports. With acceleration from 0 to 100 miles an hour in under 5 seconds. And top speeds in excess of 120 miles an hour. In 2024, the news on the street is the Mercury Apex 250 4.6-liter V8 4-stroke versus the industry standard 2.5-liter V6 2-stroke. Who's going to come out on top in 2024?
Looks he blows by the doors off. Down into turn number 1. Ooh, the 17 of Mars sweeps it right off the tail. Did that go? Look out, we got to blow over. Oh, they somehow saved it.
No two laps are the same. Ever-changing wind and water conditions make the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series one of the most challenging racing circuits running today. From the Formula Light to the fan-favorite Tri-Hulls and the elite Formula Ones, this is the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
And welcome back, race fans. It's Sunday finals here at the Red River Rumble. Thomas Yarber, the Noise of the North, bringing you all the live action all afternoon. So wherever you are from across the world, welcome to downtown Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana, to get things kicked off today with our opening ceremonies. If I could please have everybody rise, remove your hat, and bring your attention to the main plaza here right in front of the aquarium as the Houghton JROTC presents our colors. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the singing of our national anthem, it's Lady K.
Can you sing by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the rampart we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together again for Lady K. Beautiful rendition of our national anthem. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go racing. A little bit of a different schedule today. Not as many qualifying heats. We've got 3 big main finals in all 3 classes here in the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. For those of you who were here locally in beautiful downtown Shreveport-Bossier, we had the qualifying heat number 3 for the Texas Tri-Hull class. And big surprise, the 17 of Neil Marsh starts, I think, 6th or 7th overall. And by lap 2, or lap 3, he's out in front, runs that thing for the rest of the race, all the way to the finish line. Big points by the dude, the 17 of Neil Marsh, the native of Hemlock, Michigan, who comes in as your points leader in the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Coming into this weekend, he held a 18-point lead over the 6 of Grant Schubert, and then the 37 of Mason Rinker coming just about 50 points behind. So the Rinker's fallen off a little bit this week. The 6 at Grant Schubert continuing to drive hard, and boy, we very quickly could have a 2-horse race for that national championship in the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. It'll be interesting to see, but a great run by the 26 of Briston Sherman. It was good to see Briston get out and get a little bit of oomph in that Texas Tri-Hull. He'd been struggling a little bit yesterday and in Port Neches, but he was able to capture a podium finish with a third there in qualifying heat number 3. We've still got a qualifying heat for the Formula Lights and a qualifying heat for the Formula Ones left here before we set our main starting grid for all 3 classes later on this afternoon here. Again, for those of you just joining us, we are going to be doing awards immediately after the F1 final. And so we're going to be joining anybody here locally in Shreveport-Bossier. Please make sure you come on down to the main plaza. Here's we're going to be presenting the awards right here behind the judges stand, right here at the beautiful aquarium. Oh, look at there, jet ski Jared getting some air. We are sending out extra reinforcements as the rainstorms from Arkansas and Missouri have reared their ugly head down here in northwest Louisiana. The Red River, I think, went up about 3 feet overnight. I know yesterday on the south end of the course, one of the bridge pillars there on the bridge were showing. You could see probably 30, 40 logs. And they're all gone now. They got washed downriver as that river moved up, or they're at least underwater for now. But it appears that for the most part, the debris is floating down one far side of the river, not necessarily on our side of the course. So we're doing a good job of trying to grab some of the stuff, mark it, and work our way through that here while we get our Formula Lights, I believe, loaded into the water here for their qualifying heat. We've got the Formula Lights and the Formula Ones. Then we're going to bring the Tri-Hulls back out. And then we're going to run our main events for all 3 classes here at the 2024 Red River Rumble. The Red River Rumble here in 2024 brought to you by Margaritaville. Margaritaville, the exclusive casino sponsor for the 2024 Red River Rumble Powerboat Showdown here in Shreveport-Bossier. There's more to island time at Margaritaville, Bossier City. Check them out at margaritaville.com. What a fantastic facility there across the river in Bossier. Boy, Margaritaville, it's crazy to think Jimmy Buffett hasn't been gone that long, but what an impact he made. Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. Savor the day by ordering Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers online at raisincanes.com. So after the races today, hop online and order for pickup at raisincanes.com or through their mobile app. Enjoy hand-battered, cooked-to-order chicken fingers, crinkle-cut fries, fresh coleslaw, buttery Texas toast, and their craveable cane sauce. Everything is better with chicken fingers. One love. A big shout out to the Red River Waterway Commission and the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission for being great sponsors of the 2024 Red River Rumble Formula One Powerboat Showdown here. The Shreveport Aquarium, I had some food that they had that's a part of the aquarium in their hospitality wing. Was fantastic yesterday. It's lunchtime for sharks on Fridays and Mondays at 2:30 p.m. Come check out their unique feeding behaviors and these incredible predators at the Shreveport Aquarium. Conterra Networks, delivering lightning-fast internet to keep your business running at the speed of today's world, and the Louisiana Office of Tourism. Louisiana, feed your soul. And the great local sponsors here in 2024 of the Red River Rumble. As we clear up some debris, we're going to get underway here with more racing at round 2 of the 2024 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. All right, race fans. Well, we've got our first boats loaded in the water here in the Formula One class. It's going to be tricky out there. We've got a bunch of folks clearing debris at the north end of the course. It's going to be a war of attrition out here on the shores of the Red River in 2024 here for the inaugural Red River Rumble. But first, I want to talk a little bit about this fantastic community that we've been able to be a part of here for the last few days. Memorial Day weekend, obviously a big weekend where a lot of cities kind of clean out, right? Especially in my neck of the woods up in Minnesota. People go to the lake, they get out. But it's so great to see that the cities of Shreveport and Bossier are able to put together festivals and events for those community members who, maybe don't have those places. And I guess maybe people don't go to cabins down here in Louisiana. I don't know what things are like. Lake life is a big thing in Minnesota, but it's so great to see the tons of people come on down here. I mean, we had a beanbag tournament. There's the Mudbug Madness.
Louisiana, Shreveport is a vibrant city known for its rich history, lively entertainment, and diverse cultural scene. From Mardi Gras celebrations to mouth-watering Southern cuisine and music trumpeting from around every corner, there's something for everyone to enjoy in this unique city. With its warm Southern hospitality and urban sophistication, Shreveport offers a blend of charm and excitement. From annual festivals like the 40th annual Mudbug Madness that has the party going all night, while the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series has the Red River rocking all day long, to flashy riverboat casinos and the Shreveport Aquarium that rounds out the fun for the entire family. There's no shortage of experiences to explore in this dynamic city.
And dynamic it is. Such a fantastic weekend to be down here hanging out. The weather's been absolutely beautiful. Who doesn't love a little bit of a breeze here today? Makes that mid-90s a lot more tolerable, that is for sure. But we get a little bit of overcast, a little breeze today. It's going to be a great Sunday, full of racing. Again, to recap, those of you who just joined us down here in beautiful downtown Shreveport-Bossier, or if you're joining us from wherever you are across the world, we've run our qualifying heat number 3 for the Texas Tri-Hull class. That saw the 17 of Neil Marsh come from the inside of row 3 in 5th position all the way out in front by lap 2, and he was done. From there on out, ran it all the way to the checkered flag. Behind him was the 6 of Grant Schubert, who came up from 10th position to claim 2nd. Boy, really seeing a 2-horse race start to shape up there for that Texas Tri-Hull Championship here in 2024 as they came in 8 points apart. And I think Grant Schubert's got him nipped right now by a couple of points here after 3 heats. Might be more of the Neil Marsh back on top because of heat number 3 and his big win there with Grant finishing 2nd, so gaining a few more points. But getting back to the great folks here at Shreveport, we actually had a chance to sit down. For those of you, if you want to check this out, it's a cool little piece with the mayor of Bossier. You check it out on our YouTube channel. So pull out your phone, hop on that YouTube app. Make sure you subscribe. Check out F1 Powerboat Racing on YouTube. That's where you're going to see our live feed. There's going to be fantastic drone shots up close, some really cool stuff. But let's take a look at what it was like with the mayor ripping around in the race ride experience here on the Formula One Powerboat Championships. You can see there's our 2-seater. It's right behind me at the judges stand. We call that the race ride experience. Man, what fantastic hardware they put together here at the Red River Rumble. Again, we're going to be giving away the awards right behind me here at the conclusion of the F1 final later on this afternoon. What a great presentation it was by the mayors of the Twin Cities, Shreveport and Bossier. A lot of our great drivers attended that. And look at all those fantastic race ride experiences. Again, this gives the opportunity for the average Joe to hop into the cockpit of one of these high-powered, high-octane machines. That a race ride experience has an Apex Series 360 APX V8 4-stroke, the bigger brother of the 250 V8 that we run in a competition here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. And our CEO and president, Tim Siebold, behind the wheel. Tim Siebold, one of the most decorated Formula One powerboat drivers in the history of the world. So in good hands are those folks, and you can see they're ear-to-ear grins once they get out of the cockpit of the race ride experience on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We bring it to all of our events, so check us out online at f1powerboatchampionship.com. Follow all our social medias. See if you can maybe win a ride or find a way to get inside the cockpit with Tim Siebold and run that race ride experience here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. All right, we're starting to get a few more boats back in the water there. Looks like we've got both iterations of the Clover construction team are out on the water. And as we get some of these loaded, we had an opportunity to chat with our winner from round 1, who's unfortunately a scratch today here in round 2. Big news in the Formula 1 class. The 93 of RJ West is headed back to California. Some severe damage on the bottom left sponson of the 93 that was so detrimental, unable to be fixed here on site. It's going to require some structural corrections after, looks like maybe picking up some debris out on the course yesterday in qualifying heat number 1. But we had a chance before he left to sit down with the 93 of RJ West and talk about the new X factor in powerboat racing, the Propeller.
Man, winning the first race with a 4-stroke, it was more of a relief than anything else, to be honest. We worked so hard for the last few years. I say we, Mercury, us, other teams, you know, Dustin, Terry, a lot of the guys that jumped in off the beginning here, and I was happy for Mercury because they stuck with us on this. I was happy for Chuck Skelton. You know, we jumped in right at the beginning. So to finally reap a reward off this felt really great. To have a guy like Chuck helping us out it's perfect for me. I mean, we work well together. I do most of the work on the boat, and he throws in his ideas. He's an old racer, so he's always got his ideas, but he's also an old racer, so when we know that we got to have something to go fast, he's got no problem getting it. With this motor being a sealed motor, it's kind of the way I love it because it's all in the driver's hand. You know, you got your boat set up, and really the only thing that we have left is propeller selection and driving style with this setup. The propeller definitely will be the X factor for at least the foreseeable future. I mean, the other motors, you know, they got 20 years of notebook, and we're just opening ours right now. So, you know, the propellers definitely are coming into play. Working with Dave DeWald and trying to figure this package out, both with the 200 and the 250, we've been through a little over 50 reincarnations or new propellers trying to figure out what works really well with these and what doesn't, what it likes. It's been really interesting trying to figure out the power band on this. Obviously a lot different than a 2-stroke, but also a lot of torque. So you just got to figure out how to make it useful. So what we got here is, as we dig through the propellers that these motors like, we have basically a traditional 4-blade right here. This actually would work well on a 2-stroke. It's a little bit smaller prop, but we also have a rev limiter. So the 2-stroke can turn up, it can run a lot more RPM than we can. We're stuck at 6,800 RPM, so we got to figure out how to really optimize the engine at that point. So this is your basic 4-blade propeller. This is the meat and potatoes right here. This is what we'd start the weekend with, basically a baseline. After that, you got the trick stuff here. If you know how to count, you see there's more blades here. Well, with all the torque, this motor likes to have a little bit more load put in it. So we've been trying to use the 5 blades. The issue with the 5 blades back in the days, they didn't come off the dock as well. Now we're back in the game, coming off the dock, so it really likes to have the extra load on the motor to come off the dock. So the 5 blades are working in. All the props I've shown you so far are the sharp tip. With this motor, obviously the balance is different. The motor weighs 100 pounds more than the 2-stroke. So this one here you see has round tips on. So this is another cause and effect here with the balance of the boat. So this effectively gets rid of some of the tail lift. So if I'm skating around with the motor or I want to settle it down, this is what we'd use there. But it's just really trying to figure out what this thing likes and try to apply it properly. Surely the propeller builders, you know, will be critical in what we're doing, but also it's not the same for every driver. You know, if you go to Hendrick Motorsports, all 4 of those cars have different setups for all the drivers. So, you know, that's finding what you're comfortable with and what you can get 100% out of your boat with.
And the 93 of RJ West giving some insight into the X Factor in 2024, especially with that V8 4-stroke competition package from Mercury Racing. Speaking of Mercury Racing, our title sponsor for the 2024 Formula 1 Powerboat Championship Series, Mercury Racing, proud to introduce the Apex platform of engines and the 250 APX competition outboard to the Formula 1 Powerboat Championship Series here in 2024. The new 4.6-liter V8 model offers added torque and acceleration to take race teams to the next level. Let's welcome the Mercury Racing 250 APX. Mercury Racing, living white, life at wide open. Seaway Marine, our title sponsor for the Formula Lights class in 2024, your #1 Johnson & Evinrude parts distributor. Your one-stop dealership for current and vintage outboard and stern drive parts, specializing in hard-to-find and no longer available new old stock for Johnson, Evinrude, Yamaha, Gale, Mercury, Force, Chrysler outboards, as well as OMC, Mercruiser, and Volvo stern drives, as well as engine parts for Chris Crafts and other unique and vintage outboards. As I like to say to the great Jacob Moto, Greg Jacobson, the owner of Seaway Marine. Seaway Marine, your one-stop boat motor shop. Find them out at seawaymarine.com. VP Racing Fuels, the official racing fuel choice of champions for decades. Now you can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. Learn more about Ultramarine and explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com, the official fuel choice of the 2024 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Racing Communications, their radios for racing. JH Performance Boats, custom, handcrafted, shallow water bay boats built with the highest quality materials. Online at jhperformanceboats.com, the official rescue boat of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, have been since its inception. What a fantastic and versatile boat is the JH Performance Boat. Seabold Sports, world champion powerboat racing since 1939. Find out more on the legendary Seabold family at seaboldsports.com. Kicker Marine Audio, the official series audio partner of the Formula One Powerboat Championship. Kicker Marine Audio produces real marine audio components, meticulously designed, engineered, and built with durability to withstand the harsh marine environment and power to be heard with clarity, even in an open event like a Formula One Powerboat Championship race. Find your next real marine audio at kicker.com. Living loud. And finally, the great folks at Moto Marketing Group, providing award-winning advertising and strategic marketing solutions to any size company or team with one-on-one service and consulting. Moto Marketing Group excels in racing and sports marketing, advertising and design, and they've got the track record to prove it. From boats to cars and motorcycles, if it's got an engine, they can make it scream. And those are the reason we're able to make it down to the beautiful Shreveport-Bossier community here in 2024. Our great title sponsors. Some of us been with us since the beginning. Some have come on board. If you would like to come on board for 2025, please reach out to through our website at F1PowerboatChampionship.com. For those of you here locally, we've got the F1 Powerboat Championship swag tent set up. We've got hats, koozies. We've got see here, we've got toddler shirts, we've got women's shirts, we've got children's, men's sizes, we've got tank tops, we've got regular t-shirts, we've even got the crew shirt, similar to the one that I'm wearing right here, but it's gray instead of the blue. It doesn't say official on the back, but it looks pretty darn official to me. But go stop by, say hi to my friend Debbie Siebold, who's out there slanging all the fantastic merch and swag. Don't forget, maybe bring a Sharpie. You might be able to run into one of these drivers at our award ceremony that's going to happen right here at the plaza, right in front of the Shreveport Aquarium here, immediately following our F1 final later on this afternoon. Right now, we're getting the boats in the water for the third qualifying heat here in Formula One. And we talked a little bit about how rough the water is out there and the debris that we're seeing on the course and all the extra reinforcements that we've had to put out there today. The real question is how does that affect the psyche of the drivers here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series? Had a chance to sit down and chat with the number 9 of Johnny Fleming about this topic specifically. Let's take a listen.
Everyone knows I'm the greatest rough water driver there is. No, not really at all. I'm terrible at it. I usually don't like that. But this water's actually has seen better days, if you put it that way. All the wind and water that we've had and rain, it's made it a little gnarly out there. So first heat testing wasn't terrible. Just going into one in the middle, one in the apex was the roughest part. Trying to get the boat to turn back around through it and keep it square. If they, with the locks change and they close the water locks down, we should have a lot smoother water. The current's ripping pretty good. So you got to kind of watch that. Also, the Red River, you can't see much debris. It all matches. So with everything together, it's, man, you're going up top speed and going into turn 1 or 2, and you're just like, oh, there was something. Oh, there's something. You don't have much time to make a movement or adjustment. Going into 1, to me, is the toughest part of the racetrack. 1, going into 2, you'll have to set the boat past the buoy a little bit, you know. But going into 1, you do not want to set early, and it's the middle of the turn. About 1 boat length off the buoy in the middle of the turn is the roughest part. There's a roller there. It is basically the current mixed with the wind from the opposite direction, making a swirl, and you have a roll, what we also call a hole right there that you'll fall into. So some angles are better. Sometimes you just got to get lucky, force it through it, and then sometimes if you really get out front or have a good water, good lead, you could run past the buoy about a boat. 2 boats off of it, run past, turn out before it, and then drive through it. You just keep it lit. You can hang out wide. You can make adjustments that we never can do. You can go wide under the bridge. You can go the inside under the bridge. You know, kind of confuse the guy in front of you, confuse the guy behind you. You know, stuff like that, which I really, really liked. And also, you can split the bulkheads, basically, or the bridge. You can split either lane. So if you want to go inside, you want to go outside. If you're getting a run on somebody, you got a little bit longer of a prop, you're 5 laps into a 10-lap race, you can just hang on the outside, go to buoy instead of drive the inside. You know, so you can actually figure stuff out like that. You would think right off the bat we're going to be typical to a Bay City, Michigan. But we're fortunate here, we don't have any bulkheads. So it basically just dispersed through the rocks on either side. So you don't have any of that splashback, you know, where you go, oh, where'd that come from? Where'd that wave come from? You don't have that. You can be flat-footed this whole race all day long. As long as you can get through 1, and if the locks do change and the current dies down, we'll be good to go. And it's going to be really good, clean water, just like 2016.
All right, well, that's no more evident than today as the debris is gotten a little bit rougher out there. We got, I think, 3 feet, I was told this morning. The river moved up overnight, and you can definitely tell there was a lot of exposed dirt bank across from me in downtown Bossier City. Hey, all those folks on the boardwalk over there on the other side of the city, other side of the river, hopefully you can hear me. Hopefully you guys are having a fantastic Sunday morning as we're getting ready here for qualifying heat number 3 here in the Formula 1 class. We've had some attrition. We knew that was going to happen. It was going to be a battle out there all weekend long here with the torrential rain that's been all over the region, really, east, north, south, here. It's been all over the southern central United States. It's been raining like crazy. I know I got to make my way back home to Minnesota once we're done here, and my wife and I drove down and got the notification this morning that there's flash flooding in Missouri. So it's all over right now, but we got teams dealing with it. We're just in the last couple of boats in the water. As you can imagine, with this extra wind today, a little bit dicier with our crane lifting these 1,200 or 1,000-pound boats up out of the water. They get a little flighty, making sure he sets them down into the water. Yeah, that's a small tree out there. As you can see, there is definitely some debris floating pretty heavily down the Red River. That looks like it's an entire tree. But it's odd. It's, you know, if you saw that view, those of you who look, you can see going right by all of our sponsor buoys there. That's on the opposite side of the bridge support from where our race course is. We've actually narrowed the race course, especially keep everything on this side for whatever reason, especially I believe because the wind is out of the southwest and blowing everything towards the Bossier side of the Red River right now. We're seeing most of the debris head that way. Obviously, we've got our teams sweeping back and forth along with the folks from the Red River Commission, I believe, and the Shreveport-Bossier police out there. Boats are just navigating, trying to pick up debris, catch as much as they can before it makes its way onto the race course. But we've got almost all of our guys out there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just a couple of more. As I mentioned, there was some attrition. I can see the 13 at Grant Schubert way down there at the south end of the course going into the water. As that Captain Jack Seafood Market sponsored machine touches the water off the crane. Our second to last driver to be loaded into the water. But we lost overnight, well, not overnight, but due to yesterday, the 95 of Tyler Welch collided with the 52 of Chris Rinker, as well as the 62 of Chris Fairchild, and enough damage was done to that boat that they are a scratch for Q3 and the finals here. So the 95 of Tyler Welch having a step aside here. Unfortunate for the young driver from Wayzata, Minnesota, but he's scratched out. I just got word as well, the 9 of Johnny Fleming having some severe technical issues that reared up right before they got on to the crane, that they couldn't get it fired. We're having all the guys make sure that they're good and up and running before we put them in the water. and he just wasn't able to get that thing fired, so they had to have him pull aside. They're working on it. Looks like they're going to be a scratch for Q3, hoping he'll make the final. But scratching for Q3 is the 9 of Johnny Fleming. And we lost the entire composite craft team. The 93 of RJ West and the 92 of Dean Comer both experienced some significant damage on their boats. And it's just unable to be repaired here on site. The concern with tunnel boats, when you make a repair on the bottom of the boat, the running surface of the boat, for those of you not aware how hard water is, it's very hard. Some would say harder than concrete. And it creates a lot of pressure. And when you have that pressure that starts to expose a weak point from where a patch happened overnight, it can then kind of peel the boat apart and create significantly more damage. And so you have to make a determination, can this be fixed on site and it be safe to be able to run and get it out there without the boat coming apart on me. And there was enough structural damage to the 92 of Comer and the 93 of RJ West that they were like, guys, like the likelihood that this boat peels itself in half is so tremendously high that we don't even think we'd be able to gain enough points to actually make getting on the water worth their while. A very tough decision. Chuck Skelton is somebody who's known as he's going to keep pushing, but they were unable to make it. But on the flip side of that is the number 52 of Chris Rinker. This guy is just a grinder. He finished second in the opening round after his power steering went out. He was able to still hang on to a second-place finish which in these boats going 100 miles plus miles an hour with the torque that they create, 5 Gs in the corner, you have no power steering. You'd rather have no power steering in the boat at all at that point than have power steering and have it go out. Almost every driver in a Formula One tunnel boat has power steering today. It just makes you so much more precise and so much of a better driver and a safer driver, right? But when that system goes out, imagine driving your car with power steering and having it fail versus driving a car that's never had power steering. I would take the car that never had power steering. 10 out of 10. So much easier. Well, he muscled that thing as best he could to second place. He comes out yesterday, gets into a collision with the 95 of Tyler Welch, and they spend all night. There's holes all over the left side of the sponson. Thankfully, most of it above the water line, which from a structural integrity standpoint, but he's out there back on the water because he's got a mission this year, and that's to win the championship. And we had a chance to sit down with the 52 of Chris Rinker.
Yeah, the trim, what we figured out was not the problem. It was actually about lap 5, my power steering went out, and I was not Hercules in the cockpit. I can tell you that. It took everything I had to manhandle that boat for the last, whatever, it was 20 laps, and then I finally got enough wind, I guess, to reach over and flip the power steering switch on and off again, and then I had it back for about 5 laps. But I mean, I was mauling the wheel with my hands just trying to keep it straight in the straightaway, and I got on the up button. I don't know what else to say. I mean, we checked all our systems. We thought maybe we had a trim problem, but, you know, I can admit if I made a mistake, and I think that probably is what happened. I mean, we've had other competitors fight electrical gremlins for multiple races, and I mean, rewire the whole thing and still have the same issues. So I'm really excited that it was me. I can fix that. That's easy. I think any course fits us well. We just got to adapt to it and go out and do some testing, figure it out. The boat turns and handles better than anything I think out there right now. And we did some things with our balance in this first test session. I wasn't really excited about it, so we went back, and we're going to go back out and make another run and see what we can do, shave some more times off those times. RJ's a tough competitor. He has done his homework. He's put in the time, and my hat's off to him for that. But I'm not going to make it easy for him, I can tell you that. And we're going to go out there and give him the best we got, and I think we probably got enough to get on top of that podium. I think we're 5 points apart right now. I studied that about 30 seconds after the race, and that's what we came up with. And so we'll keep an eye on that really close. I mean, it's going to be hopefully interesting. Hopefully we don't have any issues with, debris with all the storms and all that stuff. I was out there testing. There's a little bit of timber and stuff floating around. Hopefully we can have a good, clean race and just do our best out there and not have any issues.
And the 52 of Chris Rinker back out on the water. Looks like he might be getting loaded momentarily. They took every second they had available to get that boat back together. As soon as competition was over yesterday, I made my way down to the cold pits where all our teams are and had a chance to chat briefly with the Rinker staff. And, man, they already were grinding and were mixing epoxies and resins and are getting prepared to patch and fill the holes on the left side of that boat. Obviously, they're going to have to do a bit more of an extensive job once they get home. But, again, his was deemed fixable here on site, and so they did exactly that. He got second-place points in the opening round. He knows that this championship is ripe for the taking right now. In 2023, Chris Rinker thought it was going to be his year, and for all intents and purposes, it was, man. It was a heck of a year for the 52 of Chris Rinker. He had a fantastic run. He set a kilo speed record in Formula One. He won, I think, 1 or 2 APBA national championships at the APBA National Championships in Springfield, Ohio at Wake the Lake 7. But he didn't quite nab that Formula One Powerboat Championship Series championship. He had it right there, and then he blew over in Grove, Oklahoma, and things just kind of spiraled from there. He had to move to a backup boat he wasn't super comfortable in. Similar, but not super comfortable, and unfortunately just slipped through his grasps and just fell a few points short, finishing in the top 3, but still not where he wanted to. Was hoping to get that top spot. Coming in here after the opening round of 2024, RJ West was your leader with 193 points, but he's a scratch, right? Barely any points. Well, right behind him was the 52 of Chris Rinker with 188 points going into round 2. He's looking to collect some huge points. Dustin Terry yesterday hit a buoy, got penalized, went a lap down. Didn't collect nearly as many points as he got, but Jeremiah Mayo has made some massive strides through 2 heats. He might be all the way up into first or second right now with points collected. Him and Chris Rinker and Dustin Terry going to be pretty close. And then Dylan Anderson's done quite a bit as well. But now we got a few minutes here while we're getting the rest of this stuff off the race course and everything cleaned up. I'm going to have the man join me who had a fantastic run in Q3 in the Texas Tri-Hull, the 17 of Neil Marsh. Boy, Neil, it got real rough out there this morning. You guys ran at approximately 10:35 just before our opening ceremonies, and that might have been the roughest I've seen the end of a Tri-Hull race here in quite some time.
Yeah, it seems like the water's up. We're getting a lot of flow right now. The debris out there is pretty wild. But we're fortunate on this side. It wasn't blowing over this side like it is now. But, yeah, that turn down there, it was treacherous. There was huge holes. This one kind of cleared out pretty quickly, and it shoved it all down there in turn 1. So
for sure. Now let's talk about it. It seems like you have this innate ability to navigate that first turn, which is really a make or break turn at times, it seems, in the Texas Tri-Hull, because you can get wadded up and have a boat land on top of you, and you can't go anywhere for 30 seconds while you're sitting there and the other guy's trying to get off of you. But you seem to have this innate ability to always stay clear of the junk. What's your secret?
I guess try to stay calm and be pretty strategic on my moves there. We had a botched start. John Michael didn't get a good start there. He was down the cylinder for just a second, so that kind of wadded things up, and I was able to come around the inside and gain a few positions right off the bat, and then you just kind of got to pick away at it, man. You don't want to take too much too soon.
For sure.
And but you don't want to be too slow and get rain over on the back of you too. So.
Right, yeah, it's on there that it really looks like it's slowly becoming a 2-horse race between you and the 6 of Grant Schubert and that Captain Mark Seafood Market. What's it going to take for you to keep that kid at bay all weekend long? He seems like he's coming hard for you in the 17 machine.
I got some ground to catch up. Unfortunately, I hit a buoy yesterday, so it knocked out our heat win that we thought on heat 2. So I'm back in points a little bit. I just looked at it. I think I'm 5th or 6th actually back. So I've got some ground to catch up. It'll help me in these heat races, pending we can get them all in with this weather.
For sure.
But if we got to go right to a final, I got to come through the back. And Grant's got that. Right now, I believe he's got the pole. But, don't count any of these guys out. We got Corey Walker, man. He's awesome. He could just show up on a Sunday and win a final. We've seen that before. But
for sure.
We got the other 2 strokes in the field, the Rinker guys and then Josh. And it's a good field, it's a good group, and you never know. Like I said, one mishap and we wadded up and somebody knocks a spark plug wire, or well, who knows? And I mean, with the debris, but it's a pretty treacherous course with the wind today, with the current. You really got to watch how you set your boat. You notice no one really takes out this number 1 corner because you can't really hit it. By the time you set it, it pushes you down river so fast. But down here in turn 2, you better set up upstream.
For sure, yeah. I mean, you try to take that hard left, and you're going to jump like 2-3 feet further left than you thought. I can imagine that's where we've seen the buoys get taken out. That's going to be a real concern when you're transitioning from upriver to back downstream. You got to leave that play in there, otherwise you're going to be on top of a buoy, and that can ruin a race before it even really starts, right?
Yeah, and I never really noticed it this bad until the last race we had at Port Neches. It was not this bad, but it was flood stage 2. You know, it with a lot of current, so you didn't really pay attention to that, and all of a sudden it'll throw you right sideways, and you're 10 feet in. So yep, it's a battle. You really got to just try to stay off those pins, which I've been really good at doing that. And I cut one yesterday, and I missed one last race there at Port Neches. So it shows, you know, I mean, the course it dictates what's going on. You know, you're not all in control. So the big holes that we leave in these corners are they're hard to get through and hard to navigate, and definitely you can't plan them.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're going to have a tough battle in front of you, but does it give you, even if you aren't able to, we've got to cut that last heat due to weather conditions, move you guys right to the final, having an extra 13 laps, does that give you a little bit more time to kind of pick off? Because it seems like we get to about lap 12, 13, the top boats start to catch some of those slower boats that aren't down a cylinder like John Ottinger was. They're still really competitive, and it seems like that's where some of those late stage moves can really get on top of drivers, and you better be ready because you're probably only going to get one shot.
Well, we caught lap traffic in that 7-lap heat there, being such a short course that it is. And fortunately for us, we found our steering cable was bent, so I've been fighting this thing for the last 2 races and muscling this thing around, and it's like power steering in there now. So I'm back. I got my arms with me now, and we don't have to work out for 20 laps. I can go ahead and just do my normal driving and not stress it so much, because it was quite a battle turning that wheel.
For sure. Well, hey, man, we're going to let you get back and kick back and relax a little bit. Enjoy the time before the next heat. We'll see you back out on the water in that 17 machine, and hopefully you'll find your way up to a close spot on that starting grid, and you and 6 of Grant Schubert can duke it out.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it.
For sure. Ladies and gentlemen, the dude, the 17 of Neil Marsh, your 2-time defending Tri-Hull Series champion, looking to make it 3 in a row here in 2024. We've got all the boats in the water. You can see we've got our rescue crews and our safety crews have been ripping to the north end of the course. We've moved everything as close to the Shreveport side as we can. We've got boats picking up debris and moving debris to the far other side of the river as best they can. It's going to be tricky out there, but we're going to get everything in for you, that's for sure. And it looks like, yes, we do have everybody on the water. 2, 4, 6, 8. All right, and it looks like we are ready to go. We're just waiting for the course to be cleared. It looks like we had our turn 3 buoy might have gotten clipped by a piece of timber or a little bit of a current moving. We had to get that buoy back in place. All right, well, we're just waiting for Chief Referee Doug Reed to give me a thumbs up. And we've got all the boats in the water. They're all kind of navigating the water, trying to figure out. There's turn 3 buoy. They're trying to get that moved back into place. Momentarily, we're going to run a rolling start here at the Red River Rumble here in Formula One, just with the severity of the water, right? How much it's swelled in the last 24 hours, how much it swelled even prior to that. There's the 52 of Chris Rinker. Now, if you zoom in on the left side of that boat, you really can't tell a whole lot. They did a fantastic job But that whole top deck looked like a hamburger, all chopped up yesterday. There was a big gaping hole right there on the top of the deck when he got together with the 95 of Tyler Welch, as Tyler missed a buoy after a collision with the 62 of Chris Fairchild, was trying to enter his way safely back onto the course. I don't know what happened there. Somebody didn't see somebody, that's for sure. But hats off to the man out of Spring, Texas, running for Rinker's Boat World. What a beautiful built boat that is. That is a French-designed Moore Formula One, built in France. Ran all over the world, from Australia, Middle East, China, Asia, Pacific. I don't know if any have made it their way down to South Africa yet, but we've got them here in the States as well. We've got a handful of them. I think half a dozen or so have made their way stateside here, shipped over from France. But the 52 of Chris Rinker, so happy to see him back out on the water. Looks like we're fixing turn number 3 finally there. That's one of our great rescue crew guys, Reed, who's fantastic out there making sure that that thing gets tied into place. It's windy out there, and we use bricks to secure them to the bottom. Sometimes the current or debris will clip the brick. We use more than one brick so that we have kind of a fail-safe, multi-layered system. But they're getting ready to go. Look at a beautiful shot of our official casino sponsor here in 2024 at the Red River Rumble. That's Margaritaville. Margaritaville. Experience their sports book with the best games on their Jumbotron and daily specials at Margaritaville Resort and Casino. Pamper yourself in their luxury hotel and spa, or get better odds with the hottest slots and electrifying table games at Margaritaville Resort and Casino, Bossier City. One of our great sponsors here locally for 2024. Hope to have them back again in 2025. Hope to be back with all of you again in 2025, as we're just moments from getting underway here at the third qualifying heat in the Formula One class, as we set our starting lineup for our main event later on this afternoon. All right, again, race fans, don't forget, swing out to the F1 Powerboat Championship swag tent over here behind the judges stand. We've got all sorts of great T-shirts, hats, koozies, all sorts of great stuff. You can also find all our official apparel at F1PowerboatChampionship.com. We do have limited edition 2024 Red River Rumble shirts while supplies last. The 2024 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. You can find us online at all our socials at F1 Powerboat Championship on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, wherever you get your social media platforms. We're on them. Don't forget to check us out there. But, we had a chance to sit down with one of the most unique teams in probably all of racing. I have never seen this before. We call them Outlaw F1. They've got 4 tri-hulls. They've got 4 F1 boats. We had a chance to sit down with the F1 contingency of the Outlaw F1 team. And, boy, if you're here locally in Shreveport-Bossier, I would really pull out your phone and hop on YouTube so you can see the visuals that go along with the audio that you're going to hear here locally. But those of you, wherever you are across the world, enjoy a little inside look on the Outlaw F1 team.
Oh man, the way I would describe the Outlaw F1 team is just passionate guys about life. So we're just kind of living life on the edge, having a good time, but doing it really fast. So that's the best way to describe us right now.
So the Outlaw F1 team probably kind of started off from, I guess we could take it back to Timmy's fault, because he had a truck and a trailer for sale. So the entire kind of got together and decided to make a whole team out of it and come out here and raise hell and have fun doing it.
Yeah, you know, it's always good. We're hanging out at the shop constantly, so just being on this team, it really came together. It's great to be on this team. You know, we're all truly passionate about it. What Dustin said, we're here to be fierce competitors and trying to put Outlaw on the top.
Man, you know, I get to learn from these very intelligent individuals to my right. They've been racing for a long time, and they just keep giving me great advice on how to change my boat.
I don't know, man. He's a kid. I don't know what he's probably upset that he's not playing Fortnite or you know, some sort of video game or whatever. But no, he's figured he has a lot of work to do. He has trials to rig. He's got a bunch of stuff he has to do. So we kind of get on his tail a lot about, hey, you need to focus on this F1, or you need to do this, or you need to do that. We're telling him a lot of things to do while he's already doing a lot of stuff. So he'll figure it out one day.
I will give Grant the credit that he probably works the hardest on all of our stuff when we're not around, because he's the one at the shop every day putting stuff in the truck and all that. And I try. I mean, I paid him to buff my boat because I didn't feel like doing it because he's a broke college kid. So it was $100 for me, and I didn't have to deal with it. So he does put in a little bit more work than we do.
That's a tough one. I've seen him taking some laps around here, doing some sketchy things like that. So it's a very good possibility that that happens.
So yeah, we have punishments at the end of the weekend, and last race in Port Neches, I didn't get to run the F1 and was currently last on the team, and they were thinking about canceling the race. So I made a bet to where if I win the tri-hole final, I wouldn't get punished for F1. That didn't end up happening, but luckily I got to fight for my spot, and Travis ended up getting a spray tan.
You know, that all came out of Dustin just stopping at the right truck stop on the way to Oklahoma and seeing one of the one chip challenge. It started off as a one-time thing and just kind of became a staple in our team, so that every race weekend, whoever finishes last, there's a punishment associated. And yeah, last weekend, or not last weekend, a few weeks back during the Port Neches race, I was the low man on the totem pole and got to get spray tanned in front of 3/4 of the pits, you know, out there in all my glory, so it was great.
Grant.
100%.
Grant.
Smelliest driver.
Hey, not anymore though, because the last race I grabbed his suit and I said, put it in my truck.
So after the tri-hole final where I got sprayed with champagne, about 2 weeks later I called Dustin asking where my driving suit was so maybe I could wash it before this weekend. And he took it and got it washed the first day. I thought I lost it and it was going to be crusty when I got it back.
Yeah, so I gotta thank my wife for that one. So she washed everybody's suits, and we're gonna keep that a thing for every race. I don't know that one. Oh, they hate everything I put on the radio. They're like, "What's this jazzy stuff? What's this, whatever?" And I'm like,
listens to reggae.
yeah. So I don't know. I'm the first one to put my stuff on the radio, so if somebody else wants to take over that duty, they can. But so I just switched over to death metal, so that way Michael Schubert would be happy. As long as he's happy, everybody's stuff works really well.
Most definitely. That is the exact motto that needs to be stapled on the side of this trailer over here, because I think we tend to play harder than what we work.
All right, well, the Outlaws are definitely on their way. They, at one point, were 1 through 4 yesterday, and actually now joining me live from the cockpit, the 03 of Dustin Terry. Well, hey, Dustin, thanks for joining us, man. What's it like out there on the Red River?
Oh, man, it's windy, it's wavy, and they got a lot of logs out here. They got huge logs out here, probably the size of Jeremiah's manhunt from yesterday's races.
Yeah, so it sounds like with the 3 feet coming up last night, the river's gotten a little bit more treacherous. What is the 03 flash lighting machine going to have to do to navigate the waters out here on the Red River?
Well, I think the name of the game here is survival, right? So the inside lane is going to work down the back stretch to stay away from debris. So stay safe, don't knock a hole in your boat, don't take yourself out of the final.
Absolutely. You collected some good points yesterday. You missed it, had a little buoy incident down at the north end of the course, but you're going to be duking it out with your teammate, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. What would it mean for Outlaw to not claim 1, but maybe 2 spots here on the podium at the second round here of the 2024 championship?
It's the goal we've been talking about all day. It's been what we've been talking about ever since we left Port Neches. And Jeremiah has obviously stepped up his game this weekend. We're excited, and that's the goal today, is a 2 for Outlaw.
Well, hey, we'll let you get back at it. Looks like you're trying to have a conversation with Jet Ski Jared as he's trying to give you some guidance as well. Best of luck out there, Dustin. Keep it safe, keep it upright, and maybe we'll just see a couple of Outlaw guys on the podium here at the end of the day.
Thomas, enjoy the show.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the 03 of Dustin Terry. What a fantastic interview to be able to go live with the 03 of Dustin Terry just moments before we get underway here with qualifying heat number 3 here in the Formula One class at the 2024 Red River Rumble here in beautiful downtown Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana, nestled right up here in northwest Louisiana. What a fantastic Memorial Day weekend. Could have asked for better weather. It's hot. It's the opening of summer, right? Summer is here. It's hot, but we got a nice breeze. A little overcast sky. Really makes it a very pleasant to be out on the water right here in downtown Shreveport. Again, we had Mudbug Madness last night going on. They got more festivities going on today. I heard the food is fantastic. We've got great vendors down here. We've got an awesome VIP area. I said we had a beanbag tournament going on last night. They were wrapping it up after we got done with racing. It was fantastic yesterday. We're looking for another unbelievable day here on Sunday as we try to crown a champion at round 2 of the 2024 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We've got a great season shaping up. And will the 52 of Chris Rinker be able to get on top? He's going to be starting on the pole here in heat number 3. Again, remember, we like to flip that script in qualifying where worst goes to first and first goes to worst. Well, after his DNS did not start in qualifying heat number 2 after the damage sustained in the heat race with the 95 of Mark Welch in qualifying heat number 1, the 52 of Chris Rinker is going to find himself on the inside of row 1 here for qualifying heat number 3. And then on the outside of row 1 is the number 12. That's one half of the Clover construction team in that Red Rocket of Sean Love. On the inside of row number 2, the 99, that's another contingency of the Outlaw F1 team, the old guard, Travis Yates, the elderly statesman of the team, as we would say. The 99 of Travis Yates in that JH Performance machine is going to be inside of row 2. On the outside of row 2, there's another Outlaw. So we got Outlaw F1 blanketing row 2 on the outside of row 2. And that Captain Jack's Seafood Market, the 13 of Grant Schubert. On the inside of row number 3 is another Outlaw F1. So the Outlaw F1 guys are going to be stacked up pretty heavily there in the first 3 rows. On the inside of row 3, the 03 of Dustin Terry. On the outside of row number 3 is going to be the 24, the other half of the Clover construction team of Spencer Love, followed by the inside of row 4, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, the outside of row 4, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, and the rookie, the 29, in that Selin Technologies sponsored entry out of Windsor, Colorado, the number 29 of Jared Jensen. So we had a couple of scratches here. Things were getting pretty rough out there here on the Red River. We had a lot of damaged debris. We had some accidents yesterday. It's a part of boat racing, but we're moments away from rolling qualifying heat number 3 here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series at the Red River Rumble. All right, looks like we had to, again, alter the course today, made it a little bit narrower, kept everything more on the Shreveport side of the river with this west-southwest wind that we got going. It's pushing the majority of the debris onto the far side of the course. And so we're trying to keep everybody here near the Shreveport side. For those of you over on the Bossier side of the river, sorry about that. But Mother Nature tells us what we can do here in powerboat racing. We don't get to tell her what to do. A little bit different than you're seeing. There's the course overview. We've got most of the drivers just kind of hanging out here on the inside. Now, you're going to see that course narrowed probably by about half. So you're going to see more of a 2-pin course than a traditional 4-pin because they're going to have to narrow everything up. You're going to see a lot of drivers probably attack it like one big arcing entrance and exit pin all in one, which is going to make it quite interesting to see. But they're going to get a hot lap in with this narrower course just to kind of get an idea of what it's like turning through those corners. Here as we get ready for qualifying heat number 3, the final qualifying heat here in the Formula One class. Here at the 2024 Red River Rumble Round 2 here in 2024. Coming into the Red River Rumble, the 93 of RJ West with 193 points was your series leader, but he's out. A scratch here in round 2 after some severe damage in Saturday's qualifying. He's got that wide open spot for the top points through round 2. Will it be the 52 of Chris Rinker, who came in 5 points behind the lead with 188 points? Or could it be the 03 of Dustin Terry, which was just 19 points behind the 52 of Chris Rinker and 24 points off the lead coming here into round 2? Or could it be another one of those Outlaw F1s, the 8 of Jeremiah Get Out of My Way Mayo, 24 years young, on Friday, his 24th birthday, trying to give himself the best birthday present here on this Memorial Day weekend. A win here in round 2, which would catapult him to the top of the point standings through 2 rounds. We're probably going to have a new series leader at the end of round 2. The question is, who's it going to be? Will it be the 03 of Dustin Terry, the 8 of Mayo, the 17 of Anderson, the 52 of Rinker? We got a lot of guys that could move themselves into that top spot, as they're all getting an opportunity to just get a hot lap in, get an understanding of what the course is like. Looks like we had some technical issues by the 62 of Chris Fairchild. He pulled it off the water as well. McCullough Racing Machine hoping to see it back out for the final, but unfortunately not able to run here in qualifying heat number 3. It is rough out there here on the Red River, and it's going to be a test for all these drivers. As it looks like the jet ski Jared making his way up to the north end of the course. That's where most of our focus has been from a safety standpoint, is there on the north end of the course. And we're just getting some of our debris collecting pontoons. We had some volunteers that have stepped in and helped out. Fantastic. Just the extra load with all the debris that is now coming down that we didn't even see yesterday. I mean, the river was so much lower yesterday than it is right now. So we've got those pontoon boats just trying to position them a bit further upriver to ensure that they can catch the stuff that's going to make its way on the Shreveport side of the Red River. We kind of split the river in half and are going to be running on one side here this afternoon, just due to the debris making its way downstream here after the, again, torrential flooding and historic rainfall that we've seen in the central portion of the southern United States. Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas, Oklahoma. Heck, we had tornadoes in Oklahoma, required 2 of our drivers to stay home to help not only assess damage, but to help their fellow community members stand their communities back up after some pretty rough tornadoes. I believe there was something like 20-some tornadoes in a couple of days. It was quite interesting. Then 100-mile-an-hour winds rolled through downtown Houston, I believe, last week. So the central southern U.S. has had their hands full the last 3 weeks or so, and we're seeing some of the ramifications of all that rain here as these rivers, as you make your way down to the Gulf, where these rivers end up dumping, everything starts to collect over time, and you get more and more debris that collects on the river. It will be the story today, and how these guys are going to be able to navigate. So you might see some erratic behavior, especially on the backstretch, and that'll probably be them avoiding the debris on the backstretch, if there is any that we can't keep from holding off as our teams work their way up on the north side of the course. We're just waiting to get word, get a couple of pieces there that had made their way onto the course. out of the way and have them come down river before we send all of our drivers to the north end of the course. We're going to go 2x2, rolling start here due to the wind and water conditions on the Red River. Our normal modified Le Mans start, unfortunately, not going to be a part of the program here this weekend again, but who would have expected the river to climb 3 feet in 24 hours? So that's what we got to deal with. We are very nimble, very agile as far as our ability to pivot on every race weekend to deal with Mother Nature. We'll run in rain, we'll run in wind. We tend to stay off the water. We get some pretty bad lightning storms just to the conductivity of all the metal in the boats and things of that nature. It's more of a insurance and safety thing, but we'll take anything the river throws at us. Rivers, lakes, we'll race wherever. Heck, we'll race in brackish water right off the ocean. If it's got calm enough water for us to rip these boats at 120 plus miles an hour, we're all about it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we've got them ready to go. Coming from south to north down the back straightaway. They're going to go around turns 3 and 4. And once they come down across the start-finish line here, we're going to see that green flag drop, and we're going to go racing as the 12 of Sean Love's trying to get his way up. The 52 of Chris Rinker is way out in front. I don't know what the 12 of Sean Love is doing, but he's got to get himself up there as he's supposed to be on the front outside of row 1. On the inside, on the outside of row 2 is supposed to be the 13 of Schubert, lined up side by side with the 99 of Yates, but the 12 of Sean Love just way off the pace. I don't know what's going on, if he had to avoid some debris, but we've got these boats lined up down on the north end of the course. Now we're going to make their way all the way around turns 3 and 4, and they're going to come across the start-finish line, and that'll start lap 1 of this 8 minutes plus 1 lap qualifying heat, the third and final qualifying heat to set our starting grid for later on this afternoon. All right, jet ski Jared, our pace jet ski peels off. We're just waiting for Chief Referee Doug Ray. Drops the green flag, and here they go. The 52 of Chris Rinker out in front in lane number 1. As they go down into the turn number 1 on the south end of the course, it's real rough out there. This the 52 of Chris Rinker starts to pull away. The 12 of Sean Love now's got a rear view mirror full of the 03 of Dustin Terry down the backstretch. As Love goes down into turn number 3, look at how rough it is down there on the north end of the course. The 52 of Chris Rinker, he's already out of turn 4, and he's trying to put the hammer down on the field here today. He knows he needs to win this heat, and to assure he doesn't get wadded up at any tiebreakers, he's got to do it in the slowest or quickest elapsed time possible. Let's see if he can pull that off. The 52 of Chris Rinker, he's cruising down the backstretch. He's got that clear, wide open, clean water. Now the 12 of Sean Love is going to be overtaken by the 03 of Dustin Terry as they go down the backstretch. Now we got another battle for 4th and 5th as the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo and the 17 of Dylan Anderson are duking it out. We got battles all over the course here in the early stages of this third and final qualifying heat. There's the 03 of Dustin Terry. Now he sees the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Look out there, Dustin Terry almost blows it over that Plash lighting sponsored entry. He got it real crazy coming down the front straightaway, but it is all Chris Rinker, and now trying to catch him is the 03 of Dustin Terry, but he's got to watch out. He might get tracked down by the 17 of Dylan Anderson or the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. This 12 of Sean Love falling all the way back to 5th position here, and then it's the 62 of Chris Fairchild. Again, he was a late scratch. Oh no, the 03 of Dustin Terry missed a buoy. The 03 of Dustin Terry misses a buoy. The 17 of Dylan Anderson moves up into second. And that is disaster for the driver from Houma, Louisiana in that V8 4-stroke machine. Oh no, looks like he might have some damage. Something going on there on the 03. He's slowed way off the pace. But now the 17 of Dylan Anderson has the arduous task of tracking down the 52 of Chris Rinker. Then the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo sitting in third. He knows he's got to collect some points to keep everybody else at bay. And now the 03 of Dustin Terry starting to make up some ground, so it looks like he's doing okay after that missed turn buoy on lap 3. But there's the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. He's starting to fall behind the 17 of Dylan Anderson, which is not good for him because he was so fast on Friday. Looked real good yesterday, but he knows he's got to watch out there, Jeremiah. He almost got out of his own way and blew it over coming out of turn number 2. He tails it coming down the back straightaway. The 17 of Dylan Anderson now just getting into the corner. There's the 52 of Chris Rinker. He flashes coming out of turn 4 already. The man is on a mission. to make sure he puts himself on top of the season series standings when we leave Shreveport-Bossier here tomorrow. He is pushing that thing with everything he's got here on this rough water of the Red River. We've got debris everywhere. We've got southwest winds at 15 to 25 miles an hour, and we've got a river that's swelled over 3 feet in 24 hours. It is a war of attrition out there, as you can see how rough it is coming through turn number 3. He kicks it off the corner on turn number 3, puts it out on its tail, 95, 100, 105 miles an hour. As he's slowing a little bit here in the late stages. Again, everybody running a little bit more conservative right now just because of how rough it is out there on the shores of the Red River. Our leader, the 52 Rinker, completed another lap and is already headed back upriver. The 17 Anderson, the 8 of Mayo, kind of sitting in that holding pattern. The 03 of Dustin Terry now able to get back up into 4th position. Oh no, look out, the 52 of Chris Rinker went over down in turn number 4. After leading the race. I don't know what happened down there. Again, that's some repair from yesterday. Could have broken loose, but our leader, the 52 of Chris Rinker, the 52, our leader, has gone over. Oh, no, that was the 29 of Jensen. I am so sorry. I apologize. Looks like that was the rookie. Oh, it is 52. The 29 of Jensen looks like he's lost his rear cowling. Did he get together with the 52 of Rinker? No, he's down at the other end of the course. It was the 52 of Chris Rinker that has gone over. They've got our rescue crews down in the water. And look, the driver is out. He is safe. He looks like he is okay. Fantastic job by the sport rescue team. Big hoots and hollers from the local crowd here as the 52 of Chris Rinker is able to get out. I do not know what happened down there between turns 3 and 4, but he has got to be absolutely devastated. He was out in front. He was in cruise control, but that water is rough out there. The Red River came back and bit him out in the lead, just trying to make his way back south downriver. And it looks like we actually had a double wreck on opposite ends of the course. We had the rookie, the young 29 of Jared Jensen, go over. And so not only is the 52 out, but we see 29 of Jared Jensen. He's sinking down there at the south end of the course. They're trying to get him clipped up so that his boat doesn't sink to the bottom of the Red River. They've already got the 52 of Chris Rinker. The carnage continues here in round 2 of the 2024 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break from our local sponsors here, try to assess what all happened there and give you more details when we return. Oh, wait, no, we're going to hang on here for just a minute. We've got a replay of the 52 down in turn number 4. Let's see what happened to the 52 of Chris Rinker. He's coming down there into turn number 3, working his way down the back straightaway. He sets it into 3. Oh, it looks like he got a little squirrely and just laid it over. It really wasn't that bad. That's got to be the best case scenario, but it looks like he just caught a hole in a very rough north end of the course. Tried to tuck it in, but wasn't able to tuck it in tight enough without going over. Let's take a look at that one more time as the 52 of Chris Rinker. And we got the rear cowling floating downriver. Looks like they got it foamed. Thankfully, they got it foamed up well enough that it's going to float on the surface. We got it zoomed in there. But they're going to grab that. Here we go again. For those of you, check out our YouTube channel, F1 Powerboat Racing on YouTube. We got a great replay. He's coming into turn number 3. He knows that the 8 of Mayo and the 17 of Anderson are right there behind him. He gets a little out of attitude and the back kicks around and he just kind of sticks in the right spots and over he goes. Very, very gentle as far as it goes for barrel rolls out of a turn. But thankfully, they got the rear cowling. They've got the 52 of Rinker. It looks like the boat is in one piece, which, again, he's not going to get very many points, but it looks like we are going. Looks like we're going to reassess here after we lost a couple of boats there. Right, the heat wreaked a little havoc on our generator there for a quick minute, but we got it figured out. Well, unfortunately, due to the carnage there, we had 2 boats go over at the same time. We had to call that 3rd and final heat. So your winner in heat number 3 is going to be the 17 of Dylan Anderson, followed by the 8 of Jeremiah. Ooh, it looks like we've got some more penalties. We got penalties all over the place. The 52 of Chris Rinker, our leader, he's going to lose a lap because he caused the wreck that stopped the race. And it looks like the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo hit a buoy. So I believe our unofficial winner is the 17 of Dylan Anderson, with the 03 of Dustin Terry and the 24 of Spencer Love rounding out the top 3. Man, that is quite different than I would have expected based on coming in and where those guys had been at. But that's what happens out here on the Red River. Things get rough. You hit a buoy, you end up going over, and you always get a penalty if you stop the race. Even if you can get back under racing conditions and you can get back running, you still aren't able. You're still going to get penalized the lap because he caused the stoppage. So I guess a benefit for the 29 of Jared Jensen, who also barrel rolled because he wasn't the reason that the race got stopped. He's going to save himself a few points. However, he was back there in last place. The rookie just still kind of getting his feet underneath him here in 2024. And so, yeah, it looks like he had one of those rookie learning lessons as he went over down in turn number 1 on the south end of the course. While our leader, the 52 of Chris Rinker, went over at the opposite end of the course, down at the north end in between turns 3 and 4. And again, that's going to conclude qualifying for the Formula One class. Let's take a look at where we're at. So, no, it was the 12 of Sean Love takes third. The 17 of Dylan Anderson is your winner. The 03 of Dustin Terry takes second. The 24 of Spencer Love in fourth. The 13 of Grant Schubert in fifth. The 29 of Jared Jensen in sixth. The 99 of Travis Yates in seventh. And then 8th and 9th are the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, who got penalized for hitting a buoy, and the 52 of Chris Rinker, who was our leader and barrel rolled down in turn number 3, causing a stoppage 3/4 of the way through our third and final qualifying heat here in Formula One. Looks like they're getting the 29 of Jared Jensen. They're trying to get that boat out of the water the best that they can. Boy, that heavy V8 4-stroke on the back of that boat looks like it might have taken some damage, or there's enough water got inside the boat that it's just creating additional weight, making it very difficult on this windy day for our crane to get that 29 Selin Technologies machine, green and purple in its design, out of the water. But hopefully they can get it out here momentarily, as we still got quite a few guys to get off the water in the Formula One class. It looks like coming up next we may have the Texas Tri-Hull complete their fourth and final qualifying heat here as we try to wrap up racing and crown a champion here at the 2024 Red River Rumble. Mother Nature not being as nice to us as we would have liked this weekend. Lots of debris in the river, lots of wind, rough water. And right now we're just trying to make sure we can get our next class underway and get the boats out of the water, the 29 of Jensen and the 52 of Rinker. Looks like they got the 52 of Rinker out of the water already. That's quite impressive. That boat was upside down. They were able to get it right side up and get it out there. Thankfully, our sport rescue team is fantastic, and the jet ski Jared and our jumpers getting out there, getting the boat flipped right side up and getting it off the course as soon as possible so the Rinker team can assess what's going on and hopefully get that boat put back together for the main event later on this afternoon. It's going to be a tall order, but if one team can pull it off, it will be the Rinker Racing team, a team hailing out of Spring, Texas. And it looks like, yes, we are going to run the Texas Tri-Hulls coming up here in just a few minutes. We're going to take a quick break from our sponsors, and we'll be right back with more racing action here at the final heat for Texas Tri-Hulls, the 2024 Red River Rumble, round 2 of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
Mercury Racing was forged in the heat of competition. The will to win is in our DNA. Competition isn't just what we do, it's our proving ground. It's about the pursuit of power, performance, and endurance that pushes our limits and yours. We create premium marine power to take you faster and farther. The world offers limits. Mercury Racing offers freedom. Live wide open.
Conterra Networks creates custom technology-based network solutions for businesses of all sizes nationwide. For over 25 years, our team of local professionals has been designing, building, and managing our 11,000-plus mile owned and operated fiber network. Our local solution specialists are available to discuss your business network and communication needs, including internet, private networks, unified communications, and business continuity. Call 888-266-4836 or visit www.contera.com for custom solutions that work.
In my Louisiana, jazz has a way of making me sway.
Cajun goes way into the night.
Zydeco is the only way to move me. It's right.
In my Louisiana, blues is a way of life.
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
VP Racing Fuels has been the official fuel of racing for over 45 years. But VP isn't just race fuels. VP offers a wide range of oils, additives, and our new Stay Frosty coolants to help keep your street car, tow vehicle, or weekend warrior running at its best. VP products are engineered to keep your vehicle running smooth and looking great for your daily commute. With our octane boosters, fuel treatments, and quick detailing products. Explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com.
The Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission is here to help you with your amateur, collegiate, professional, or Olympic sporting event. Centrally located in the Arklatex area, Shreveport-Bossier is a premier sports destination, ideal for hosting sporting events of any size. With our wide variety of venues, including stadiums, convention centers, rivers, and universities, pick location for any event. Our team is ready to make your event a success. Visit us online at ShreveportBossierSports.com or on Facebook at Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission and let us host your next event.
There's more to Island Time at Margaritaville, Bossier City. Taste the good life at Drago's with the area's best seafood and our famous charbroiled oysters. Hang out and unwind at Club Mac, our all-new cigar lounge. Experience our sportsbook with the best games on our Jumbotron and game day specials. Get better odds with the hottest slots and electrifying table games. Pamper yourself in paradise at our luxury hotel and spa. Tropic like it's hot with electrifying headlining entertainment. Find your Island Time at Margaritaville, Bossier City.
We live every day like it's a festival. It often is. We've got so many reasons to celebrate. Some days, we don't even need one.
Hey, welcome back, race fans. All right, coming up next here, we're going to have the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series as they run their fourth and final qualifying heat here in Tri-Hull with the man who made it late to the game, the 69 of Cole Waring, affectionately called Mullet in that Mullet machine. Going to be on the inside of row one, followed by the 33 of John Ottinger in that John Deere green machine. Then the 54 of Darren Ware, the 88 of Josh Wells, the 5 of Ruben Stafford, the 26 of Briston Sherman. Rounding out your top six. So we're going to get those guys there. All getting in the water right now. We are probably just a handful of minutes away from our Texas Tri-Hulls getting back out on the race course and ready to rock and roll for their fourth and final qualifying heat here as we set our starting lineup for the main event. And the man who everybody's gunning for is the two-time defending champion, the 17 of Neil Marsh. And he's out there looking to go 3 in a row. We had a chance to sit down with the 17 of Neil Marsh and what it's like when you're at the top of the mountain trying to get knocked off by everybody around you.
It's 3 in a row for Texas there for Port Neches, yep. And coming off the back-to-back belt championship winning stuff, so it's pretty special. We played it, I'll say, kind of conservative last couple seasons. We know how to go points racing, and we've done a great job at it, staying up front when we need to and getting the points and getting to that pole position for Sunday. Keeping your stuff alive is a big deal for us, keeping the equipment going. We got a small team, and we know we got to have everything on it on the Sunday finals. So keep out of trouble if you can in this class, and especially for that final. That's the most points available, and then be ready to strike for it. And with this reversion every heat with the first to worst and worst to first, right? It's tough. I mean, it's like any good local dirt track racing. The best goes to the back. That's what the show is. And unfortunately, we've had the best stuff, and so we're in the back. So we got to really charge through traffic. And like I said, we've been conservative, especially on Saturday. You've seen that maybe a few races last year on just staying out of trouble and being there to try to get those points, but don't want to wad it up on Saturday. You got to get to Sunday, right? Luckily, we got a couple props. We got B-Blades, one of our proud sponsors. We're going to throw another one on and try for a short course. It looks like they got us set up a little bit shorter. we've got some rough flood conditions coming on right now, so we're also worried about tearing some equipment up. Not only the prop, but we got a midsection and the lower unit and that beautiful blue boat, man. You don't want to tear that up. So, Mother Nature, you got to watch out. They got people out there hopefully pulling the logs out, and hopefully we can keep that race course nice and clear. Got to keep my head on, but that helmet gets on. Once you tighten that buckle up, you never know what's going to happen. So, seriously, I'm going to go after them, man. They're coming after me. I only got one way to go. It's down. So, I like checkered flags. A lot of talk like, hey, where's my heat win? It's been a little bit, so guess what? That's first thing. Get a good popsicle stick draw, and we're going for a heat win, man. The gloves are off. All right, we got 2 championships. We got 3 back-to-back Port Neches. We almost feel like we got nothing to lose. So you're going to see some less holdback, right? We're going to go for it.
All right, that was the 17 of Neil Marsh, the dude, the man who's been out in front all season long, looking to do it again here in round 2. Can he put a stranglehold on the point standings in Tri-Hall? We're already starting to see a bit of a 2-horse race between him and the 6, Grant Schubert. Grant running that Captain Mark's Seafood sponsored entry here in round 2. But, boy, the course has really started to clear out a little bit. We're definitely seeing that wind be very helpful in keeping the debris on the east side of the river, over on the Bossier side, and away from the eastern side of the river here on the Shreveport side of the Red River, allowing things to stay a little cleaner on this side. There we go. See the 17 of Neil Marsh, the dude, as they call him. He's out of Hemlock, Michigan, or as he likes to say, coming straight out of Hemlock. He's a great guy. He's got a ton of sponsors from up there. Everybody in northeastern Michigan. Hemlock, I think, is about 90 miles from the University of Michigan, not too far from Bay City, Michigan, where we ran for 2 decades. And he was a big part of some local racers that are no longer around. And he wanted to come racing himself. He got himself in a Tri-Hall last time we raced up in Bay City. And won a couple, I think won once up in Bay City, or at least got on the podium. Unfortunately, haven't been back there in a few years. Would love to go back to Bay City. So community leaders in Bay City, if you're watching, we'd love to come back to the shores of the Saginaw River in downtown Bay City in 2025. But he makes his way down from Michigan now. We do most of our racing in the central and southern United States. So he puts on a lot of miles on the pickup truck with the Sefton Financial, Maple Bar and Grill, and the 74 other sponsors that the 17 has. You can see him out there floating on the water. He's the only guy on the race course, ready to go. Won heat number 3. He knows he needs to win heat number 4 because he got penalized in heat number 2. We thought he was the heat winner in heat 2. Well, that didn't happen. He got penalized a lap for hitting a buoy. So big win in qualifying heat number 3 to get him back in the mix. And that interview was from earlier on in the weekend, but we also had a chance to chat with the 17 of Neil Marsh live before the 3rd and final Formula One heat. And he didn't know if we were going to be able to get 4 heats in Texas Tri-Hall. He thought they might end up canceling one just because of the delays in getting everybody onto the river because of how windy and and all the crazy things have been. But looks like they are going to be able to get in qualifying heat number 4, and there's nobody more excited about that than the 17 of Neil Marsh. All right, we're starting to get a couple more boats make their way out onto the race course. It looks like we've got the 13 of Grant Schubert. That's Formula One boat made out of the water. Oh, no, that's the 52 of Chris Rinker. They finally got the Rinker boat out of the water. Hopefully they can assess any damage. It looks like it's draining a decent amount of water. Hopefully they were able to get most of it out, but, boy, that was a rough turn of events. You can see picking up more debris and logs and everybody. We've got a bunch of boats have joined to help today, which is fantastic. We had some locals approach us yesterday and say, hey, guys, we would love to be able to help out. How do we help out? So we got them in touch with our rescue crew and our operations team, and We got some guys out there grabbing debris and pushing it off the race course, which is fantastic, helping us out here as we are moments from getting underway with more racing here in the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Again, a couple of our Formula One drivers still waiting to get pulled in by the crane. Crane not necessarily the most efficient way to get boats in and out of the water, but necessary. Otherwise, our drivers would have had to have put into the water 2 miles or 1.5 miles downriver. They would have had to have done a bunch of different fuel calculations to take that into account. And we felt that a crane might have been a bit better way to keep the action right here in downtown Shreveport-Bossier. But the water conditions and the wind make it a little trickier than we expected with that crane setup. But they're getting them out of the water as quickly as they can. And thankfully, the Texas Tri-Hulls, we actually put them in on a boat ramp 1.5 miles downriver, and then they keep their boats in the water during the breaks between the different Tri-Hull heats. While we wait for the Texas Tri-Hulls to get back in, we did have a chance to chat with a young driver from Minnesota running that old 2.5 tried and true Mercury V6 package and what he thought it was going to be like out here at the Red River Rumble in 2024.
So being out here for the second race of the series is going to be my first one of the series this year. I don't oftentimes come and run this F1 Powerboat Championship series, so it'll be a fun race. I've had a pretty good year last year, had a good opening race down in Bradenton, Florida. Beat a few of the guys who normally come down there. So the biggest thing I have coming here for a wild card is, well, I got my Baba, which is, we know is a very fast boat, which has handed a few people their asses before. But then if it gets rough, I got the DAC here, which is a little bit bigger and going to handle the rough water. So if things turn to less than ideal conditions, we'll hop in the deck, and if everything lays down nice, I might run the Baba. I don't really know. They're going to have to see what happens on the start line. The two strokes have been around for a while. That's what we know. That's how we know how to tune them and lean on them. So we're going to keep the 2 strokes running. We're going to make sure we can keep 2-stroke alive and keep putting those 4 strokes where they're supposed to be. Back on land.
Ooh, some fighting words there by the 95 of Tyler Welch, saying that we should keep the 4 strokes where they belong on land. Well, Tyler, I'm sorry to burst your bubble, young man, but the 4-stroke is here, and it's doing a great job of planting its flag in the annals of powerboat racing history and will be the new wave moving into the future here in tunnel boat racing as the manufacturers, all boat manufacturers now essentially have migrated away from 2-stroke motor development. They are no longer in production. So all your big boat motor manufacturers, Mercury being the largest out there, is starting to move to the 4-stroke world. And nobody has done a better job at that power to weight ratio than Mercury Racing, as they have been able to really drive a ton of performance into what was typically viewed as a very heavy motor platform. I mean, the motor has an alternator on it. I had to ask the first time I saw it. I was like, wait a minute. Is that an alternator on a race boat? And it is. The 4-strokes do have an alternator as a part of that closed 4-stroke system. The alternator is used heavily by the motor to ensure that it has enough electrical power, and it's generating the power that's needed to run the onboard computer systems and the different components of that 4.6-liter, 250-horse V8 4-stroke from Mercury Racing that is absolutely going to take power and performance and trickle that down to their production motors. So if you're in the market for a new motor and you've been contemplating maybe making the switch over to 4-stroke, or you have another 4-stroke and you're looking for a bit more performance compared to the weight, right? If you're looking for a little bit more oomph, you're looking for a little bit more punch, take a look at the fantastic Mercury 4-stroke platform. But, born from competition, Mercury Racing combines its legacy in powerboat racing and leading-edge technology to design and manufacture high-performance marine propulsion systems, powering wide-open experiences for performance boaters and competitive race teams. Mercury Racing takes you further faster. The great folks at Mercury Racing. All right, it looks like we are just about ready to go. We got most of the drivers loaded in here in the Texas Tri-Hull. They're hopping into these hulls that are born or birthed from the Tri-Hulls that were developed by Glastron boats in the late 60s and early 70s. Very, very popular. Handled rough water well. Really had a wide variety of uses in the pleasure boat market. And they were everywhere in southern Texas. I mean everywhere. And maybe around an adult beverage or two at the Sport JH Performance manufacturing facility. They had a handful of these, and they're like, these are everywhere. And they took a mold off of one, meaning they laid fiberglass on the bottom of a tri-hull, and they removed that and created a shell that they could make their own bottoms on. And they put a deck on it. They put a roll cage in it. They decided on a power plant. It was 110 cubic inch OMC or Johnson. We've also now got the Mercury four-stroke package that's a part of the Texas Tri-Hull class. And a class was born. And for the longest time, our drivers were only from the great state of Texas. And we've seen them branch out. We've got drivers from all over. Colorado, Louisiana, Michigan, California. And so it's really grown as a fantastic sport, and it's our fan favorite. I mean, fans absolutely love it. Is it high performance? I mean, it's performance. It may not be high performance, but it's performance for sure. But it's a heck of a good time. It's really your run what you brung, kind of get out there, dirt track, local style, low cost, low point of entry, but a lot of fun. These guys love it. They swear by it. Sometimes it's hard. All right, looks like we got these guys out doing some hot laps in the Texas Tri-Hull class. And again, we're going to go 2x2 as we've done all weekend and will all season long here in the Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We've got them all down here. You see at the north end of the course there, the 69 Nicole Mullet wearing. Ripping around out there. Boy, how impressive is that boat got put back together as quickly as it did. He punctured about a basketball-sized hole on the right side of that tri-hull after the Port Neches Riverfest, and now he makes his way off the right side of our picture. Again, don't forget, if you're here locally in Shreveport-Bossier downtown right here in front of the aquarium, check out our swag station. We've got all sorts of tats, T-shirts, koozies, sunglasses, stickers, all sorts of great stuff. We've got kids sizes. We've got women's sizes. We've got, I think, everything from like 4X down to 2T, even toddler-sized T-shirts, which is fantastic. And so we've got all that stuff here. Check it out. Make sure you grab a Sharpie, because later on you might be able to get a signature from one of these fantastic drivers, as we're going to have our awards presentation immediately following the Formula One final right here by the judges stand, right behind the Shreveport Aquarium. And don't forget the Shreveport Aquarium. It's lunchtime for the Sharks on Fridays and Mondays at 2:30. Don't miss the alligator snapping turtle feeding Saturdays at 2:30. On Fridays and Mondays at 1:30, the baby gator talks. They've got, and don't forget, they've got the Red River treasure mine, a 35-foot long mining sluice inside the Shreveport Aquarium. And we're going to have our awards presentation right after the Formula One final. But here we go. We're moments from being underway here in qualifying heat number 4, the fourth and final here in the Texas Tri-Hull class. Let's take a look at our starting order as it sits here on the inside of row 1. Missing yesterday and gaining some points, but still lowest on the points total so far on the inside of row 1, the 69 Nicole Mullet Wearing. On the outside of row 2, found out last heat he was down a cylinder, lost a spark plug right before the start, but that's that John Deere green machine, the 33 of John Ottinger, the Bay City, Texas native. On the inside of row 3, that's the Smilin 54 of Darren Ware, the Richmond, Texas native. On the outside of row 2 is the 88, the Brondo, the Thirst Mutilator sponsored 88 of Not Sure, also known as Josh Wells. On the inside of row 3 is the 5 of Ruben Stafford and the Daybreak Bar and Grill Machine. On the outside of row 3, the 26 of Briston Sherman. On the inside of row 4, the 17 of Neil Marsh. The outside, the 1 of Corey Walker. Then it's the 37 and 52 of the Rinker brothers, the 6 of Schubert, and the 13 of Jack Schubert. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're under racing conditions. Here is the green flag drops in qualifying heat number 4 here in Texas Tri-Hall. As they go down the front stretch, making it wide to the outside. Looks like that is the 88 of Josh Wells trying to find that clean water. What a gutsy move here early on. The 69 of Cole Mullet Waring stays to the inside. Now the 33 of John Odger still off the pace a little bit. Tries to drop down to the inside as he goes deck to deck, side by side with the 88 of Josh Wells as they fight for third. We've got all these drivers just really knotted up down there in the north end of the course. Oh no, looks out the 6 of Schubert goes inside the buoy. And he's got to turn around. That is not what the 6 of Grant Schubert, trying to fight for pole position, wanted to see out there on the north end of the course. But right now it is the 69 of Cole Mullet Wearing. But he's about to get passed by the man in that, the 88 of Josh Wells and the Brondo Thirst Mutilator. It's what boats crave. Out in front now, he douses down the 69 of Cole Mullet Wearing. And the 33 of John Ottinger working hard. Oh, look out there. The 54 of Darren Ware almost spins it out as he tries to get through. The 5 of Ruben Stafford and the brothers Mason and Tanner Rinker, as they are really all knotted together here on this short 1/3 mile 2-pin course here as we run Texas Tri-Hall qualifying heat number 4. It is all Josh Wells out in front, but he's got the 69 of Cole Mullet Wearing refuses to go away as they both like those outside lines. Now here comes the 17 of Neil Marsh. You see him flash bait. He dives down into 4th as he's trying to get back out on the podium. And boy, the big surprise is the missed buoy by the 6 of Grant Schubert, and he finds himself in second to last place, ahead of his younger brother, the 16-year-old, the rookie Jack Schubert, in his first race here in 2024. Actually, first race ever. But we got a great battle for the top 3 spots as the 69 of Cole Mullet Wearing is able to get by the 88 of Josh Wells here in qualifying heat number 4. Again, remember, he's a part of that Outlaw F1 team. He's a part of the Tri-Hull contingency. If he gets last in points, he will be subjected to the team punishment after the race weekend, as he's now pulled way out in front. What happened to the 88 of Josh Wells? He's back in 3rd now as the 33 of John Ottinger has gotten up into 2nd, and the 17 of Neil Marsh is chipping on the heels of the 88 of Josh Wells, and he moves his way up into 3rd. Boy, he needed those points, and the 6 of Grant Schubert is still mired way back in 9th or 10th place. It's going to be a rough one for him, but can the 69 of Cole Mullet Wearing coming in hot. Middle of the night last night after he finally got that boat repaired. Oh no, the 6 of Grant Schubert goes dead in the water down to the south end of the course. Oh no, the north end of the course. Oh no, the 6 of Grant Schubert's afternoon is done. But ladies and gentlemen, here comes the white flag for our leader, the 69 of Cole Mullet Wearing. Looking to go fast, turn left. Just a couple more times. Can he hang on? What a fantastic win this would be for the 69 of Cole Mullet Wearing. He fights it hard out there in the Texas Trial, his 2nd full season. He got a 3rd place finish in Grove, Oklahoma last year. Oh, look out there, Corey Walker. He got whacked. But here comes the 69 of Cole Mullet Wearing as he sweeps it wide out of turn number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, taking the checkered flag, pumping the fist, the 17 of Cole Mullet Wearing, followed by the 33 of John Ottinger, the 17 of Neil Marsh, and the 88 of Josh Wells, falling just outside the top 3. Unfortunate for the young man in that Brondo, the Thirst Mutilator machine. What a fantastic heat it was. The only person unable to finish the race, the 6 of Grant Schubert, and that is going to throw a wrench into the point standings, ladies and gentlemen. He came in with the points lead and had pole position, sitting there ripe for the taking, coming into qualifying heat number 4. He misses a buoy, and then he goes dead in the water with about 2 laps to go. The All right, let's take a look at the rest of the starting grid there. So the 69 of Cole Mullet finishing in first there. The 33 of John Ottinger in second. The 17 of Neil Marsh in third. Now you got to slot the 88 of Josh Wells. His transponder went down on him halfway through the race, but that's why we have multiple layers of backup scoring. And the 88 of Josh Wells slotted there in fourth. So fifth, Mason Rinker. Sixth, the 52 of Tanner Rinker. Seventh, the 5 of Ruben Stafford. Eighth, the 13 of Jack Schubert. Ninth, the 26 of Briston Sherman. 10th, the 54 of Darren Ware. And then rounding out the field, 11th out of 11, the 6 of Grant Schubert. Only man to get lapped and not complete all 7. Wow. That is going to turn the point standings on their head. We might have a doozy of a Tri-Hall final here at the 2024 Red River Rumble, as we just finally got the last of the Formula One boats out of the water here. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back in a few minutes with more racing action here in round 2 of the 2024 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. It is the Red River Rumble right here in beautiful downtown Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana.
Mercury Racing was forged in the heat of competition. The will to win is in our DNA. Competition isn't just what we do, it's our proving ground. It's about the pursuit of power, performance, and endurance that pushes our limits and yours. We create premium marine power to take you faster and farther. The world offers limits. Mercury Racing offers freedom. Live wide open.
Conterra Networks creates custom technology-based network solutions for businesses of all sizes nationwide. For over 25 years, our team of local professionals has been designing, building, and managing our 11,000-plus mile owned and operated fiber network. Our local solution specialists are available to discuss your business network and communication needs, including internet, private networks, unified communications, and business continuity. Call 888-266-4836 or visit www.conterra.com for custom solutions that work.
In my Louisiana, jazz has a way of making me sway.
Cajun goes way into the night.
Zydeco is the only way to move me. That's right.
In my Louisiana, blues is a way of life.
When you find your Louisiana, your features soul.
VP Racing Fuels has been the official fuel of racing for over 45 years. But VP isn't just race fuels. VP offers a wide range of oils, additives, and our new Stay Frosty coolants to help keep your street car, tow vehicle, or weekend warrior running at its best. VP products are engineered to keep your vehicle running smooth and looking great for your daily commute with our octane boosters, fuel treatments, and quick detailing products. Explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com.
There's more to Island Time at Margaritaville, Bossier City. Taste the good life at Drago's with the area's best seafood and our famous charbroiled oysters. Hang out and unwind at Club Mac, our all-new cigar lounge. Experience our sportsbook with the best games on our Jumbotron and game day specials. Get better odds with the hottest slots and electrifying table games. Pamper yourself in paradise at our luxury hotel and spa. Tropic like it's hot with electrifying headlining entertainment. Find your Island Time at Margaritaville, Bossier City.
We live every day like it's a festival. It often is. We've got so many reasons to celebrate. Some days, we don't even need one.
The Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission is here to help you with your amateur, collegiate, professional, or Olympic sporting event. Centrally located in the Arklatex area, Shreveport-Bossier is a premier sports destination, ideal for hosting sporting events of any size. With our wide variety of venues, including stadiums, convention centers, rivers, and universities, we are sure to have the perfect location for any event. Our team is ready to make your event a success. Visit us online at ShreveportBossierSports.com or on Facebook at Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission and let us host your next event.
Formula One powerboats are sleek, glamorous, lightweight, and extremely maneuverable. with a power-to-weight ratio among the highest in all of motorsports. Their performance speaks for itself. Acceleration from 0 to 100 miles an hour in under 5 seconds. Top speeds in excess of 120. Cornering at 100 miles an hour, all while pulling 7 Gs in the process. The competition begins with a field of 20 boats lined up in the start pontoon. Engine silent, awaiting the modified Le Mans start. When the green flag drops, these world-class drivers ignite their rockets to life. Engines roaring and rooster tails flying, they simultaneously accelerate towards the first turn. With tight courses close to the shoreline, made up of right and left-hand turns that offer deck-to-deck, heart-pounding action and guarantee fans up-close and front-and-center views, no 2 laps are the same due to the ever-changing wind and water conditions, making the F1 boat one of the most challenging racing machines to conquer on the planet. Founded in 2017, the Formula One Powerboat Championship is an 8-race series contested across North America, featuring weekend-long community events highlighted by the Formula One boats and supporting classes. U.S. Powerboat Racing's 120-year heritage began with the formation of its governing body, the American Powerboat Association. For the last 6 decades, Formula One powerboats have been the pinnacle classification in powerboat racing. Recognized as one of the world's most spectacular racing vehicles, these events have evolved into more than a series of one-day races, developing into marquee, multi-interest, weekend-long community festivals, producing some of the largest entertainment events in major markets, attracting tourism dollars, benefiting the local economies, while delighting the global audience. Large on-site event attendance is coupled with mass media exposure through various channels, regionally, nationally, and globally. Our live streaming programs give each event international reach on various social and traditional channels, reaching millions of fans. Our marketing partners enjoy outstanding return on investment with our unique sport and custom flexible approach of the Formula One Powerboat Championship.
Mercury Racing was forged in the heat of competition. The will to win is in our DNA. Competition isn't just what we do, it's our proving ground. It's about the pursuit of power, performance, and
all right, I'm back, sorry.
Pushes our limits and yours.
We got, what, 40 seconds on this? 30?
To take you faster and farther. The world offers limits. Mercury Racing offers freedom. Live wide open.
All right, race fans, welcome back to the Red River Rumble here. Joining me to my right is the man who won heat number 4. They call him Mullet. His name's Cole Waring in that Mullet machine. Man, hey, we missed you yesterday, but you got the boat all back together. You made it down here through the middle of the night. Got to feel pretty good to get a heat win in.
It does, man. It does. I'm a little worn out. Got in about 2:30 this morning. Slept a couple hours, got up, got out here, got to it. Didn't do too good in the 3rd heat. Had to adjust a little motor height. The water conditions are just out of control out there.
Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah, it's wild. But, yeah, no, it feels great. It's my first heat win, actually. So
yeah, you know, we got on the podium in Grove, Oklahoma last year. I know that was a big one for you because, you know, I don't even think you knew, but at the end of the race, I think somebody had to tell you, hey, man, you finished 3rd. You're like, wait a minute, what?
Didn't even have a clue. I said, man, I got lost in positions. I was just running a race and got back to the dock. They said, you got 3rd. I said, oh, man, it was awesome.
So that's a step in the right direction. Now you're getting heat wins. Let's talk about that, man. You and the 88 of Josh Wells did battle for quite a while out there. Clearly you were liking that outside line, but so was Josh.
Yeah, so he actually snuck up on me pretty good. I don't really pay attention to my mirror most of the time, and he got me on the inside. I said, oh, hell, where'd he come from? I was just out there making laps. I said, man, don't mess up. You're out front. Just make good laps, win the race. And then here comes Josh, the thirst mutilator.
Yes, and that Brondo sponsor here for the Red River Rumble. Obviously, you got a lot of ground to make up, missing heats 1 and 2 yesterday, but you probably got yourself up in the mid-pack. It's rough out there. But what does 20 laps with the tri-hulls churning up the Red River do for your ability to maybe make some late moves here in the late stages of the tri-hull final?
There's absolutely opportunities out there. You got to have the right setup. You can't make mistakes. I mean, there's huge holes in turn 1. If you can stay out of those, make moves on everybody, you can gain position. So,
for sure, you know, and I know that somebody like yourself, you love when the racing gets real nasty. It's kind of that, the equalizer out there. It allows you to really kind of do some things that maybe some of the other guys can't get away with. But it's fantastic for you. You got some of those great points, and it keeps you out of the cellar so that you aren't subjected to any of the Outlaw F1 punishments. We had a chance to chat with the guys on the F1 side of the Outlaw team. Who lost the spray tan bet on the tri-hull side?
That would be me. I mean, it's worn off a little bit, but I still look pretty good.
Right. Oh, I know everybody's, and I've heard what you're going to be subjected to this week. Maybe not necessarily PG for our folks out there, but it involves an adult beverage and some a lime squirted in your eye. But it doesn't sound like it's going to be too fun. So does that give you a little extra motivation out there, because you don't want to have your friends and teammates basically just thrash on you as the butt of their joke until the next race in Alton, Illinois at the end of June?
Exactly. It gives you an extra boost for sure. At this point, we're not even worried about winning the race. We're worried about beating each other. So
right, for sure.
We're all pretty decent. So it gets rough out there.
Yeah, we saw the one surprising thing. We were thinking that this might be a 2-horse race on the season, as the 17 of Marsh and the 6 of Grant Schubert, your teammates, seem to be kind of in a different stratosphere. And then Grant goes ahead, misses a buoy, and doesn't even finish the race. He had pole position. I don't know if he does anymore. But, boy, what do you see out there from the top competitors, and what's it going to be like through the rest of 2024? And is everybody truly going that hard against the 17 of Neil Marsh? I can't imagine anybody wants him to three-peat.
Well, exactly. I mean, he's got his boat set up right. It's fast. It runs smooth. He makes little to no mistakes. I mean, he's the man to beat. We're all chasing him down. And like you said, we can't have anybody win 3 in a row. I mean, just can't happen. But no, he's a good dude. He's been racing his ass off. He's making it happen.
For sure.
But it's going to be tough.
Right on, man. Well, hey, I know we got the Formula Lights coming up. You got to get yourself geared up for that tri-hull final here in just a little while. But fantastic. Congratulations on your first heat win. And who knows, maybe with a little hard work, a little luck on your side, the 69 of Cole Mullet-Warren might go swimming in the Red River for his first ever win in tri-hull.
We're going to shoot for it for sure.
Right on. That is the 69 of Cole Mullet-Warren. Congratulations, man. Heat 3 win here. Can he make it another win and go back-to-back and win the final 2 races of tri-hulls here at the Red River Rumble and crown himself a champion? And I mentioned a little bit about a tradition we have in the American Powerboat Association, and that is if you win your I guess as my partner Kay, who wasn't able to make it to this race, but the last race in Port Neches said, your first. So not a heat win, but the final race of the weekend in your class, the first time you win a race in your class, your teammates, basically anybody that wants to, will pick you up and throw you, whether you want to or not, into the body of water, kind of dousing you of the waters that you won in, almost a little boat racing baptism, if you will. And I know that there would be nothing more that would please the 69 of Cole Waring than having the opportunity to get thrown into the river by his fellow competitors. And it would definitely mean that he wouldn't be subjected to the team prank on the Outlaw F1 team. But he's got a group of fans up here, man. They're chatting. They're taking pictures. He's got – I mean, this guy is – Hey. Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. I thought I lost my sound there for a minute. Might have been just me and my headset. Sometimes I get lost in my own little world. But the 69 of Cole Waring, he's up here. I wish I had a camera up here that I could turn around. We actually do have a camera up here. Let's see if I can navigate this. Hey, there we are. But if we take this and we go like so, there we go. We can see. Look at all his fans. He's got fans out there. Everybody wants to meet the mullet, the 69 of Cole Waring. I mean, you should see his boat. The side of the boat, the 9 has the flowing mullet tail hair. He's got his own brand. He's got his own logo. Now he just needs some championship trophies to go with it, and he's getting pretty close. But the 69 of Cole Mullet-Warren, got to ready? Oh, this one's going to be scary. Hello. Hi out there. But the 69 of Cole Mullet-Warren, he's got the fan base here with him, cheering him on. He made it in the middle of the night after getting that boat repaired. It was a rough repair after about a basketball-size hole he put in that boat at round 1 in Port Neches, but gained some good points here in Q4. He's got himself in the middle of the pack. The real question is going to be, can he move himself up far enough to be able to get on the podium or maybe even win this darn thing. It's going to be tough because on the outside and the inside of row 1, we've got the 2 toughest competitors in the tri-hull class, the 6 of Grant Schubert and the 17 of Neil Marsh. But up next, we've got the Formula Lights on the water, these 14-foot-long tunnel hulls with 2-cylinder OMC 49.5 cubic inch 2-stroke outboards on the back, reaching speeds in excess of 80 miles an hour. We had some carnage yesterday in Formula Lights as we saw the 12 of Trident Schleicher get together with the 66 of Randy Parch, and some severe damage to both boats, but it's all about where the damage was. And the damage on the 12 of Trident Schleicher was underneath the main tunnel, a part of the underside of the boat that typically isn't subjected to the pressure of the water on the running surface of the boat. That was huge for the 12 of Schleicher. Now, he also lacerated his finger, got a handful of stitches, going to have that thing kind of wrapped and clubbed up. They've got it kind of formed so he can hold on to the steering wheel, but tremendous gutsy performance by the 12 of Trident Schleicher. Now, the 66 of Randy Parch would have done anything he could to get that boat back out on the water, but just like happened to the 92 of Dean Comer and the 93 of R.J. West in the Formula One class, the 66 of Randy Parch was unable to fix that boat this weekend. It is some extensive damage all down the left side of the boat, and the left side is the last place you want damage on a boat because most of our turning is left. So that left sponson bears a lot of weight and a lot of pressure of the load that gets put on these boats when they turn. And he just realized that he could patch it up, he could fix it, and the first time he'd turn, the boat would come apart on him. So he had to make the hard decision to keep the boat on the trailer. They've got things packed up. They'll probably be making an early exit to Shreveport-Bossier. Hopes they can get back to the race shop in Florida and get that boat put back together for round 3 of the 2024 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. And you ask, hey, Tom, well, where is round 3? Well, Midwest Nationals in Alton, Illinois, just outside the greater St. Louis metro on the other side of the Mississippi River, but we're going to be running on the Mighty Miss in downtown Alton, Illinois for the Midwest Nationals, round 3 of the 2024 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. You can find out everything Formula One Powerboat Championship on our website at F1PowerboatChampionship.com. You can find us on all our social media platforms at F1 Powerboat Racing on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. Make sure you subscribe to our channel on YouTube. You can find all the live feeds from all our races throughout the year. We're live right now on Facebook, so on YouTube, so wherever you are across the world. Thank you for joining us here at round 2 of the Formula One Powerboat Championship season here in 2024. It's the Red River Rumble here in downtown Shreveport-Bossier. We wouldn't be here without some of the fantastic local sponsors. First and foremost, the official casino sponsor of the Red River Rumble Powerboat Showdown, Margaritaville. Tropic like it's hot with electrifying headlining entertainment at Margaritaville Resort and Casino, Bossier City. Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. When you're heading home after the race, hop on their mobile app or check them out at raisincanes.com. Get that order in and enjoy hand-battered, cooked-to-order chicken fingers, crinkle-cut fries, fresh coleslaw, and buttery Texas toast, all with their craveable cane sauce. Everything's better with chicken fingers. One love, Raisin Canes. We'd like to thank a big shout-out to the Red River Waterway Commission and the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, both big sponsors of the Formula One Powerboat Showdown here in Shreveport-Bossier, along with the Bossier Police Jury and Caddo Parish. The Parish of Caddo is a proud sponsor of this year's Red River Rumble Formula One Powerboat Championships. And they welcome us to the area. Enjoy the food, the recreation, and fun. And, hey, why don't you just stay a while here in Caddo Parish? The Shreveport Aquarium, again, they've got all sorts of cool things. They've got a mining sluice. They've got alligator feeding. They've got shark feedings. Check them out at ShreveportAquarium.com. And they're going to be the host here of they have been the host of the judges scoring table here. Fantastic plaza right behind the aquarium. They've got great food here that they've been providing
That's been absolutely fantastic, the Shreveport Aquarium. And then finally, Conterra Networks, a network delivering lightning-fast internet to keep your business running at the speed of today's world. Conterra Networks, fiber-driven, people-powered. Conterra Networks. And the Louisiana Office of Tourism, feed your soul. Check them out at visitexplorelouisiana.com. The Louisiana Office of Tourism, beautiful city here in Shreveport-Bossier. And we were able to get a piece together that talks a little bit more in depth about what it's like in this beautiful city.
Nestled into northwest Louisiana, Shreveport is a vibrant city known for its rich history, lively entertainment, and diverse cultural scene. From Mardi Gras celebrations to mouth-watering southern cuisine and music trumpeting from around every corner, there's something for everyone to enjoy in this unique city. With its warm southern hospitality and urban sophistication, Shreveport offers a blend of charm and excitement. From annual festivals like the 40th annual Mudbug Madness that has the party going all night, while the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series has the Red River rocking all day long, to flashy riverboat casinos and the Shreveport Aquarium that rounds out the fun for the entire family. There's no shortage of experiences to explore in this dynamic city.
All right, it is such a beautiful city here in downtown Shreveport-Bossier with the different casinos lining the banks of the Red River. We've got the Mudbug Madness that's been going on. How fantastic was that last night? The place was bumping till 10:30, 11:30 last night. We've got the place bumping all day today. And, again, we've got the Formula Lights coming up. Looks like we're getting those boats loaded in the water. In the meantime here, let's take a look at a piece we had that has been probably will be the talk of the weekend here in the pits on the Formula One teams. And what a unique group of guys. And if you want to see the video that's going to go along with the audio for those of you here locally in downtown Shreveport, hop on your YouTube app and find F1 Powerboat Racing on YouTube. Subscribe to our channel, but you'll be able to see the video that's going to go along with the audio interview here of the Outlaw F1 team and what it's like to be the craziest team on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
Oh man, the way I would describe the Outlaw F1 team is just passionate guys about life. So we're just kind of living life on the edge, having a good time, but doing it really fast. So that's the best way to describe us right now.
So the Outlaw F1 team probably kind of started off from, I guess we could take it back to Timmy's fault, because he had a truck and a trailer for sale. So the entire kind of got together and decided to make a whole team out of it and come out here and raise hell and have fun doing it.
Yeah, you know, it's always good. We're hanging out at the shop constantly, so just being on this team, it really came together. It's great to be on this team. You know, we're all truly passionate about it. Like Dustin said, we're here to be fierce competitors and trying to put Outlaw on the top.
Man, you know, I get to learn from these very intelligent individuals to my right. They've been racing for a long time, and they just keep giving me great advice on how to change my boat.
I don't know, man. He's a kid. I don't know what he's probably upset that he's not playing Fortnite or you know, some sort of video game or whatever. But no, he's figured he has a lot of work to do. He has trials to rig. He's got a bunch of stuff he has to do. So we kind of get on his tail a lot about, hey, you need to focus on this F1, or you need to do this, or you need to do that. We're telling him a lot of things to do while he's already doing a lot of stuff. So he'll figure it out one day.
I will give Grant the credit that he probably works the hardest on all of our stuff when we're not around, because he's the one at the shop every day putting stuff in the truck and all that. And I paid him to buff my boat because I didn't feel like doing it because he's a broke college kid. So it was $100 for me, and I didn't have to deal with it. So he does put in a little bit more work than we do.
That's a tough one. I've seen him taking some laps around here, doing some sketchy things like that. So it's a very good possibility that that happens.
So yeah, we have punishments at the end of the weekend, and last race in Port Neches, I didn't get to run the F1 and was currently last on the team, and they were thinking about canceling the race. So I made a bet to where if I win the tri-hole final, I wouldn't get punished for F1. That didn't end up happening, but luckily I got to fight for my spot, and Travis ended up getting a spray tan.
You know, that all came out of Dustin just stopping at the right truck stop on the way to Oklahoma and seeing one of the one chip challenge. It started off as a one-time thing and just kind of became a staple in our team, so that every race weekend, whoever finishes last, there's a punishment associated. And yeah, last weekend, or not last weekend, a few weeks back during the Port Neches race, I was the low man on the totem pole and got to get spray tanned in front of 3/4 of the pits, you know, out there in all my glory, so it was great.
Grant. Hey, not anymore though, because the last race, I grabbed his suit and I said, put it in my truck.
So after the tri-hole final where I got sprayed with champagne, about 2 weeks later I called Dustin asking where my driving suit was so maybe I could wash it before this weekend. And he took it and got it washed the first day. I thought I lost it and it was going to be crusty when I got it back.
Yeah, so I gotta thank my wife for that one. So she washed everybody's suits, and we're gonna keep that a thing for every race. I don't know that one. Oh, they hate everything I put on the radio. They're like, "What's this jazzy stuff? What's this, whatever?" And I'm like, "Yeah." So I don't know. I'm the first one to put my stuff on the radio, so if somebody else wants to take over that duty, they can. But so I just switched over to death metal, so that way Michael Schubert would be happy. As long as he's happy, everybody's stuff works really well.
Most definitely. That is the exact motto that needs to be stapled on the side of this trailer over here, because I think we tend to play harder than what we work.
The Outlaws are been on their way, and they are definitely here as we've got the Formula Lights coming up here momentarily. We're going to actually do a rolling start here in Formula Lights again due to the wind and water conditions. We have had to adapt our schedule quite a bit here on the day 2 of the Red River Rumble. The river up 3 feet overnight. And we can see on the water now, coming into the picture there, that's the 24 of Shelby Love in that all-composite Clover construction machine. She was running real fast yesterday. Can she pull off a big win today? Her teammate, the 12 of Trident Schleicher, with a winner in in heat number 1, had a big wreck yesterday. He somehow got that boat repaired, but will the other Clover construction boat be our winner today? Your odds-on favorite is the 24 of Shelby Love, as she has got that thing cruising here in round 2. We're going to get throughout these boats out here on the water, do a rolling start here in our Formula Lights final qualifying heat here at the Red River Rumble. All right, I apologize. Due to the water conditions and everything that we've been dealing with today, this is actually going to be the final here in Formula Lights. And so we are going to get them out on the water here. Looks like we've got 1, 2. We're waiting, I think, on the final boat to get in the water. Again, a smaller field here for Formula Lights, but not any less competitive. They were all over each other yesterday. I think we would have seen even better racing today if we wouldn't have seen so much carnage yesterday in the Formula Lights class. For those of you that were watching or were here in downtown Shreveport-Bossier, the 12 of Trident Schleicher won heat number 1, so he had to go last off the start pontoon. Oh, excuse me, actually it was heat 1. He was on the pole, but then he jumped the gun, had to go to the back of the start pontoon, got a great start and tried to stick his nose down into turn number 3 as they went through the middle of the course. And he tried to turn the boat, and he got up on so much dirty water from the boats in front of him that the boat would not turn left like he wanted. And he ended up colliding with the 66 of Randy Parch, and somehow was able to get that boat repaired, which is amazing to me. But we're going to get them out here in just a moment, get rolling here for our main event in Formula Lights. As look at the current when the 24 Shelby Love is absolutely clipping out there on the Red River. The Formula Lights class is a bit of a feeder class in a lot of regards to the larger classes in the American Powerboat Association, mainly the Formula 2 and Formula 1 classes. The Formula Lights has probably been one of the, if not the longest running class in its current format, with the engine package, the dimensions, the weight, things of that nature. Now, I know the age has changed. It used to be 18 plus. We've kind of moved that back down a little bit. It's 16 now to get into a Formula Light. Now with the fully enclosed cockpits and safety cells, they've made it a lot easier. And so, like there, the 16 or the 24 of Shelby Love, she's 18. She was racing last year at 17 years old. So we're trying to grow it into more of a feeder class again. It's kind of on the, it's maybe not necessarily at its heights like it was 15 years ago, where you had 20, 18, 25 boats that would show up in the Formula Lights class. It's tapered off a little bit. As we saw for a long time, there was a contingency of drivers that just decided to stay in Formula Lights instead of move on. But also, those motors are a lot tougher to get, right? The 2-cylinder OMC 49.5 cubic inch motor has not been built in a production standpoint in probably the better part of 20 years, 25 years. There were a ton of them out there, so there's still a lot of great race motors and midsections and gear cases. You can also get new power heads built to the 40 SST 45 or Formula Light specs by your number one Johnson & Evan distributor, the one-stop boat motor shop, the great folks at SeawayMarine.com. So for those of you out there looking to find a hard-to-find part for a boat, maybe it's an old Chris Craft, or you've got a motor that's 25 years old, but you love it. It's the best motor ever. It's on this beautiful old boat that was your dad's. Check out SeawayMarine.com. Those guys, they'll provide you alternatives. They'll give you all sorts of updates on how you can make something work to get your boat back out on the water. Fantastic knowledge base, 65,000 square foot warehouse. They ship over 100,000 packages every year. So you can go to SeawayMarine.com and get your engine part wherever you are inside the United States. So check them out at SeawayMarine.com. Again, your one-stop boat motor shop. The official sponsor of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series Formula Lights division, as he's going to keep these guys on the water and running at top speeds. Here as we get set for the final race in Formula Lights here, we're going to go rolling start on the shores of the Red River. At the river coming up over 3 feet in the last 24 hours, and the debris that we're seeing on the far east side of the river is just requiring us to take some precautions to ensure that these guys' equipment is safe and the drivers are safe. So we're going to a rolling start in all classes. All right, as we wait for the 12 of Trident Schleicher, who's amazingly getting back out on the water after that incident yesterday. I've just been informed the 35 of Mark Schmierbach has had some catastrophic engine failure and will not be able to run here in the Formula Lights main event here at the Red River Rumble, which surprises me because this might be the final nail in the coffin as we reach the halfway point in our 2024 season, for him to be able to gain enough points to be our champion in 2024. Now, He was our two-time defending champion in 21 and 22. He lost the title last year to Tyler Peterson in 2023. And I was expecting him to be able to gain it back here in 2024, but it looks like that's not going to be the case because he was a fifth-place finisher at the opening round in Port Neches, Texas, and now a scratch here in round 2. All right, so it looks like the final driver is getting strapped into his 6-point safety harness. All our drivers that are in the enclosed cockpits or capsulized safety cells all run a 6-point safety harness system. So you have 2 through the crotch and the floor, 2 on either side of your hip, and then 2 over the shoulders. The majority of the drivers also wearing Hans devices in 2024 to keep the head and neck positioned. And here we go. The 12 of Trident Schleicher is able to get out on the water and get the 12 machine for Clover Construction running here as we do this 3-boat dash for cash here in this 7-minute final in Formula Lights. This rolling start here on the shores of the Red River. All right, as we focus in here on the north end of the course there at the, you can see the Outdoor World, and just in the left shot there is the Margaritaville, the official casino sponsor of the 2024 Red River Rumble. But you can see the guys are collecting some pretty good chunks of debris still. We're moving everything left. They just picked up a pretty big log down there between turns 3 and 4. You can see they've got that log there, and they're just kind of dragging it and pulling it on over to the east bank of the Red River. But the Formula Lights are running a smaller course, so they're going to stay in between the 2 bridges. So they're inside the north end of the course, Formula 1 course. They're grabbing all the debris. All right, looks like, the 12 of Trident Schleicher, good thing he had strategically positioned his rear cowling, or his number, so that it wasn't on his rear cowling. You must have a number visible on the side of your boat to race, and the rear cowling is missing on that Formula Light due to the wreck with the 66 of Randy Parch yesterday. So we take a look at the overhead. This was our Formula 1 course. It's now about half as wide, and if you're watching on our YouTube channel and you put 2 buoys just inside or just south of the bridge, that's where turns 3 and 4 for the Formula Lights course is going to be. They use the same turns 1 and 2 as the longer course for the Formula 1s, and it looks like we've got them all 3 bunched together, and we're going to run them pace boat style down the backstretch around turns 3 and 4. And then they'll cross the start-finish line and start lap 1 of this 7-minute main event here in Formula Lights. The Formula Lights class, again, and making it challenging here. This current has really got them moving. So they're trying to conserve fuel. They only put enough fuel that they need in these Formula Lights to keep them as light as possible and competitive as possible. And so they're just trying to keep the engines shut off, but they have to keep firing the motor as they get closer and closer to debris and the different support beams for the bridges here on the Red River. So they've got them moving back up river, and then they'll float down river, and then they move back up river, and they'll float down river until we get everybody in position and all our safety teams ready to go. Now just waiting for our pace jet ski, Jared, to make his way out onto the course, and it looks like they've now got the boats grabbing the debris on the north end starting to stop it up. They'll let it flow through while we're not under racing conditions, but right before we get started with racing, they'll kind of start having the boats on the north end of the course rip back and forth and start stopping and grabbing all that. But there's no point in trying to grab all of it if you're not racing. Just let a lot of that stuff flow through until the racing starts. That way you can catch it before it gets on the actual race course, and you're only focusing on catching the debris that's going to impact the actual race itself. So we see all the drivers there in the south end of the course. The 3 drivers, one of them missing a rear cowling. That is the 12 of Trident Schleicher. He won the opening round in Port Neches, Texas. Got into a wreck yesterday. Didn't gain very many points, so the 24 of Shelby Love is actually your points leader right now. But will the 12 of Trident Schleicher be able to win round 2 and really start to move apart points-wise from the rest of the field here in 2024 in the Formula Lights class? All right, it looks like we've got 2 of the 3. Hopefully the 2 of Travis Thompson's going to fire down there at the south end of the course. He's been sitting for quite a while. But there's the 24 of Shelby Love and the 12 of Trident Schleicher. All right, Thompson gets it fired, and now we're going to be ready to go here with these Formula Lights boats as they wrap up their 7-minute final here on the shores of the Red River. And we crown a champion in Formula Lights here at the 2024 Red River Rumble. All right, and we've got all 3 drivers on the course. We're just going to wait to hear from Chief Referee Doug Ray that he's good to go. He will alert our Pace jet ski so that they can get all lined up properly. There we go. We are green flags. We're going to give them a hot lap out here to get used to what the water is like. They have not been out here yet today. And this will allow them just to feel what the course is like. It's a little bit different. Again, we've squeezed everything together. This is a much narrower course than it was yesterday. Really narrow, really tight, just trying to get this in and keep them as far away from the debris as possible out here on the shores of the Red River. Oh, the 2 of Travis Thompson navigating some brutal debris out there. Down the back straightaway, it's going to be a real tight pin-to-pin type of race. The 12 of Trident Schleicher finally gets it going there. I mean, I'm surprised they can even get that motor running in that boat race ready after yesterday. I mean, gingerly driving that thing around, no pun intended. But he's going to be ripping that thing around, just trying to collect points. He knows that after a win in round 1, he's sitting in the cat's bird seat to win the season championship. The one thing he could not afford was going DNS, or do not start here, in round 2. So they busted their butt into the late hours of the night. Again, they had Trident. He got cut on the hand yesterday. They got it all stitched up. They've got it all wrapped in kind of a club that's in the shape of a steering wheel, so it can kind of help with the grip a little bit. But here we go. We've got them lined up and ready to go. Let's crown a champion in Formula Lights. Here as we take a look at the 2 of Travis Thompson's going to be your pole sitter. And then the 24 of Shelby Love, then the 12 of Trident Schleicher. They're making their way through the north end of the course. Now coming back around. And once Jet Ski Jared peels off, they're going to go 3 wide. Wait for the green flag. He drops the green flag, and here they go. The 24 of Shelby Love gets a terrible jump, and the 12 of Trident Schleicher is driving the thing like he stole it. He chops the 2 of Travis Thompson going into turn number 1 in the opening lap, and he goes from worst to first here in this 3-boat final after some carnage on Saturday. He doesn't seem like he's hurting too bad after that wreck yesterday, as he is out in front again, looking to go back-to-back in the first 2 rounds of 2024 here in the Formula 1 Powerboat Championship Series. And that Clover Construction machine, Trident Schleicher behind the wheel. Now the 24 Shelby Love starting to catch up as she's able to go tight way around the course. I think that hand laceration might be affecting the 12 of Trident Schleicher's ability to turn, because he's really keeping it wide through the turns and not necessarily going to pin. But now the 24 Shelby Love moves wide to his outside as she's trying to find a lane to get some clean water and close the gap on her teammate, but Clover Construction looking to go 1-2. Will it be the 12 of Trident Schleicher, or could it be the lone female here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series in 2024, the 24 of Shelby Love? Schleicher, again, same MO, setting it smoothly through turn 2 and then off turn 3, then wide off of turn 4, just staying out there in lane 2, kind of turning the boat at a 45-degree angle before he gets to the actual corner. Really taking a lot of stress off the left sponson. I know he's got a boat that's kind of patchwork together here after that rough incident yesterday. And he goes out of turn number 4. Now the 24 of Shelby Love starting to turn up the heat as she's really starting to drive that thing through the corners a lot better than the 12 of Trident Schleicher. And the 2 of Travis Thompson started on the pole, but man, he is really struggling. Looks like maybe a setup from yesterday would have been decent. Isn't as great of a setup today with the higher water and the much stiffer current here as they've really got to set the boat on the north end of the course much deeper than they expect, because by the time they turn, the river has already pulled them a full 2 to 3 feet closer to the buoy. As the 2 of Travis Thompson just saw that as he's going back down the south end of the course. We saw him almost lose it down there in turn number 3. You can see he's having a course correct in the middle, and that's because of how much the current is affecting him. There goes the 12 of Trident Schleicher and the 24 of Shelby Love, the top 2 boats, but we're staying on the 2 of Travis Thompson. You can just see how hard it is. He almost has to go back to the right before he turns left on the exit pin because the current sucks him so far downriver on the north end of the course. The 2 of Travis Thompson still hanging out in third. Now there's the 12 of Trident Schleicher, and he's starting to open up a bit of more of a lead over the 24 of Shelby Love. I don't know if he's got a bit more aerodynamics, a little extra air in that motor as the rear cowling was destroyed, but rules state if you don't have a rear cowling, but your number is displayed on the side of your boat. Oh no! The 24 of Shelby Love goes dead in the water down to the south end of the course. I don't know what happened to the young driver, but that's 2 races in a row where she loses power in the middle of a race, and we've got a boat in the middle of turn 1, and that's going to be scary for her as she's just kind of a sitting duck. Her teammate, the 12 of Trident Schleicher, going way wide to the outside, trying to avoid the 24 of Shelby Love, but that has got to be frustrating for that young woman. That's 2 races in a row where she's not going to be able to finish where she deserved because her boat just could not handle the beating that it was taking on the shores of the race course. The 12 of Trident Schleicher now kind of got this thing in cruise control here in this Formula Lights main event as he's way out in front, pushing hard. And it looks like, yes, the 24 of Shelby Love was able to get it fired back again. Fantastic. Now she's got a big task. She's got to try to track down Travis Thompson in the remaining minutes of this 7-minute final. We've only got 2 minutes and 56 seconds remaining thanks to Lindsey Matthews, chief scorer here in 2024 in the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Actually, chief scorer since its inception in 2017. 7 years we've been running this series. So if you had an opportunity to go grab some grub or go get wet your whistle, they got ice cold food and drinks here at the aquarium, make your way back down to the riverfront as we're going to be underway with our main event in Texas Tri-Hall here in probably the next 5-10 minutes as we're looking to crown a champion in Tri-Hall here at the Red River Rumble. But joining me now is the driver who took home the Formula Lights title. He split his thumb in half yesterday. He got in a horrific wreck, worked to the wee hours of the morning. All right, race fans, welcome back. We had some overpower issues. Thanks for the folks at the Shreveport Aquarium helping us out there. Just the little bit of a too much power for our generators, and we've splitting power up. Anyway, we got our live feedback, so sorry for all those folks if you had to hop off the live feed or got kicked off. We apologize, but we are back, and we are about to get underway with the main event in the Texas Tri-Hall division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship season, and we got a doozy on our hands. That is for sure here in the Texas Tri-Hall class. Now, we have some late breaking news in the Tri-Hall class. Late breaking news. It looks like the number 6 Captain Mark Seafood sponsored entry is a scratch for the main event. Now, if those of you remember the number 6 Captain Jacks, that's Grant Schubert. Well, the number 6 boat was supposed to start outside of row 1. Well, it's really helpful when you've got a little brother that also races Tri-Hall, and you can calmly walk over and tell him, get out of your boat, I'm taking it. So thankfully, this slobber knocker we got between the 17 of Neil Marsh and now the 13 of Grant Schubert continues as the rookie driver in his first race ever. The 13 of Jack Schubert has been booted out of the cockpit. Hopping back in is his older brother, Grant Schubert, hopping in so he can do battle on the outside of row 1 here in this Texas Tri-Hall final. So that's a big update. The 13 of Jack Schubert is now a scratch for the main event. Jumping into the 13 boat is the former number 6 of Grant Schubert. So we've got some driver shuffling, some number shuffling. The 13 all weekend long has been Grant Schubert. However, we checked American Powerboat Association rules, and there is no rule against giving up your boat for one of your teammates to run in a race as long as there is catastrophic failure to their boat. Well, the steering system on the number 6 boat sustained some pretty heavy damage earlier this weekend, and that was what was the root cause of the issue for the number 6 Captain Mark Machine finishing qualifying heat number 3. If you recall, he was the only person that did not finish qualifying heat number 3 on the lead lap. He ended up a lap down, and that was because of that steering issue finally kind of calling it quits or going kaput out there on the water there in qualifying heat number 3. So we've got a big turn of events. The 13 of Grant Schubert. The 13 now Grant Schubert. He's not going anywhere. He's still going to be duking out with our points leader here in 2024 and our 2-time defending series champion, the man out of Hemlock, Michigan, the dude, Mr. Neil Marsh.
It's 3 in a row for Texas there for Port Neches, yep. And coming off the back-to-back belt championship winning stuff, so it's pretty special. We played it, I'll say, kind of conservative last couple seasons. We know how to go points racing, and we've done a great job at it, staying up front when we need to and getting the points and getting to that pole position for Sunday. Keeping your stuff alive is a big deal for us, keeping the equipment going. We got a small team, and we know we got to have everything on it at on the Sunday finals. So keep out of trouble if you can in this class, and especially for that final. That's the most points available, and then be ready to strike for it. And with this reversion every heat with the first to worst and worst to first, right? It's tough. I mean, it's like any good local dirt track racing. The best goes to the back. That's what the show is. And unfortunately, we've had the best stuff, and so we're in the back. So we got to really charge through traffic. And like I said, we've been conservative, especially on Saturday. You've seen that maybe a few races last year on just staying out of trouble and being there to try to get those points, but don't want to wad it up on Saturday. You got to get to Sunday, right? Luckily, we got a couple props. We got B-Blades, one of our proud sponsors. We're going to throw another one on and try for a short course. It looks like they got us set up a little bit shorter. We've got some rough flood conditions coming on right now, so we're also worried about tearing some equipment up. Not only the prop, but we got a midsection and the lower unit and that beautiful blue boat, man. You don't want to tear that up. So, Mother Nature, you got to watch out. They got people out there hopefully pulling the logs out, and hopefully we keep that race course nice and clear. Got to keep my head on, but that helmet gets on. Once you tighten that buckle up, you never know what's going to happen. So, seriously, I'm going to go after them, man. They're coming after me. I only got one way to go. It's down. So, I like checker flags. A lot of talk like, hey, where's my heat win? It's been a little bit, so guess what? That's first thing. Get a good popsicle stick draw, and we're going for a heat win, man. The gloves are off. All right, we got 2 championships. We got 3 back-to-back Port Neches. We almost feel like we got nothing to lose. So you're going to see some less holdback, right? We're going to go for it.
All right, that was the 17 of Neil Marsh, the man who has won the last 2 series championships. He won the opening round in 2023 and finds himself on the pole here in round 2 at the Red River Rumble. We got the Pace jet ski out there and the entire field of these Texas Tri-Hulls getting ready to rock and roll here on the shores of the Red River. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I apologize there. We had some communication between our official crews discussing precedent and different APBA rules surrounding the 13 of Grant Schubert moving from the 6 boat to the 13 boat right before the main event here due to catastrophic failure on the back of that steering system on the 13 boat of Grant Schubert. And they've made their determination. And we are now set and ready to go for our main event here, 20-lap dash for cash here in Texas Tri-Hull. Who's going to be the champion here at the Red River Rumble? Will the 17 of Neil Marsh continue his march to infamy as a 3-time series champion? Can he win the inaugural Tri-Hull race here on the Red River in Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana? Or will the 13 of Grant Schubert snatch it away from the 17 of Neil Marsh and close that gap, that 18-point gap that happened, that they came into here after round 1. All right, as they make their way down out of the north end of the course, let's take a look. On the inside of row 1 is our series leader and two-time defending champion, the 17 of Neil Marsh, and the 13 of Grant Schubert on the outside of row 1. Then it's the Rinkers, Mason and Tanner in row 2. The 1 of Corey Walker on the inside of row 3, the 26 of Briston Sherman on the outside of row 3. It looks like Darren Ware and Jack Schubert a scratch, but here we go. We are under green flag, and it's the 17 of Neil Marsh taking the clean water out down to the south end of the course. Let's going to see what happens down here in the south end of the course in turn 1. Great run there by the 17 of Neil Marsh. Nice run there as well by the 37 of Mason Rinker, as the 13 of Schubert went way wide to the outside, trying to stay out, in the 37 of Mason Rinker, using it to his advantage. Oh, look out there, Schubert, as he gets a little crazy and that water gets real rough down there at the north end of the course. The 37 of Mason Rinker makes the move down there in the north end in turn number 2 and moves himself up into second position, with the 13 of Grant Schubert now hanging back in third. Great move there, going wide to the outside, keeping the RPMs up on that 110 cubic inch OMC on the back of that Texas Tri-Hull roll cage and all. He's strapped in and he's going for a ride. The 17 of Neil Marsh pushing hard now, comes out of the north end of the course, now sweeps it way wide to the outside. The 37 of Mason Rinker following suit, and so does the 13 of Grant Schubert. He's got to cut way outside the course just to try to keep the speed up. And the rest of the field now making their way around. The 69 of Cole Mullo-Wearing really struggling here in the final after a great qualifying heat number 4. Oh no, looks like we lost a boat. The 13 of Grant Schubert goes down dead in the water down the front straightaway. The gremlins continue for the young driver out of Richmond, Texas, as he now is off the course. And that gap that he was hoping to close is completely disappeared, as he is now going to DNF for the second time today. And the 37 of Mason Rinker now going to try to track down the hard-charging 17 of Neil Marsh. Can he be our winner? Here, kind of sliding under the radar all weekend long, the 37 of Mason Rinker. Really, you never saw him in the top 3, really. Maybe a second or third here. Oh, boy, the 37 of Mason Rinker hammers the buoy on the north end of the course, but he doesn't quite dislodge it. Now we've got the boats going for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. The 1 of Corey Walker, the 52 of Tanner Rinker, and then the 26 of Briston Sherman. There's our leader, though, the 17 of Neil Marsh, now already making his way down the back straightaway. The 37 of Mason Rinker is starting to close that gap, and as our leader gets into those back markers, we could have a doozy of a battle between the 17 of Neil Marsh and the 37 of Mason Rinker. In third place, the 1 of Corey Walker. It's kind of a bit of a gap, but he's being tracked down by the 52 of Tanner Rinkers, trying to get up into third, trying to find some way to get the Rinkers on the podium in 2 of the 3 spots, but it is all Neil Marsh right now. A second and a half behind him is this 37 of Mason Rinker as they go down to the north end of the course. Again, Rinker trying to find a new line. He goes wide to the outside of the 17 of Marsh. Marsh now is going to start to come up on those back markers, and this is where it gets interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Here in this Tri-Hull final, we are 6 laps complete. 14 laps remain here in this main event. A lot of racing left as the 17 of Neil Marsh starts to come up on the back markers. That's the Brondo, the Thirst Mutilator. It's what boats crave on the 88 of Josh Wells, also known as Not Sure, trying to stay on the lead lap but can't. Allows the 17 of Neil Marsh to go flying by, and he starts to now eye up the rest of the field at 69 of Cole Waring and the 5 of Ruben Stafford, looking to be the next 2 victims. There's a great move by the 37 of Mason Rinker, but on his outside hip, that is the 88 of Josh Wells, going a lap down to him as well. Kudos to the 88 of Wells of getting out of the way and allowing the 37 of Mason Rinker to try to knock off the 17 of Neil Marsh. Nobody seems to have an answer for the driver out of Hemlock, Michigan. He's sitting on 2 back-to-back series championships here in the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. He won the opening round. He's trying to go 3 in a row. Can he do it here on the shores? Can he open up that lead here on the shores of the Red River as they go 3 wide as he's getting by the 69 of Cole Mullo-Wearing? And it looks like the 13 of Grant Schubert has gone back out onto the race course. Smart move by that young driver, as he really needs to collect points. Even if he finishes last, some points are better than no points. He understands that, but he's still got to be real frustrated going about 4 laps down here as we approach the halfway point of this Texas Tri-Hull final here on the shores of the Red River. It's the Red River Rumble 2024. And the 37 of Mason Rinker, he will not go away, though. I can tell you that for sure. He refuses to allow the 17 of Neil Marsh out of his sights. And we also got a battle going on for the 3rd and final spot as the 52 of Tanner Rinker. is stalking the number 1 of Corey Walker in that Walker Engineers machine. And we got a move right there. The 52 of Tanner Rinker. You're going to see it coming to view now. Makes a move, and he's deck to deck with the 1 of Corey Walker, and the 37 of Mason Rinker has really started to close the gap. So the Rinkers are making their late-stage moves here in Texas Tri-Hall. Can they go 2-3 on the podium? But the 37 of Mason Rinker gets caught in the wash. The 5 of Ruben Stafford, a slower boat. That could spell trouble for the young driver out of Houston, Texas. Then he goes down into turn number 1, easily able to actually sweep right by the 5 of Ruben Stafford. Fantastic move there by the 37 of Mason Rinker, but that gap starting to open up a little bit more between him and the 17 of Neil Marsh. And we got a great battle cooking for third as we're going to peel away from there for just a second. Our leader, the 1 of 17 of Neil Marsh, is duking it out, but now we got this battle for third. Final spot on the podium here. That's the 52 of Tanner Rinker, stuffing it down tight to the inside, and the 1 of Corey Walker. That was a rough turn there by the 52 of Tanner Rinker. I mean, he was literally all over the top of Corey Walker, and that one bad turn right there turned this into a 4-boat lead, and we got a boat down in the water. That's the 26 of Preston Sherman dead in the water as our leader, the 17 of Neil Marsh, and the man chasing him, the 37 of Mason Rinker, get by him. Now Mason Rinker gets stuck up in the corner having to deal with the 33 of John Ottinger and having to go through the wake of that slower back marker. And boy, Neil Marsh is just catching every break he possibly can out here on the shores of the Red River. The drivers chasing him always seem to have to try to get by one of the boats in the corner. He's able to get by those slower back markers while he is out down on the straightaways. I guess it's meant to be sometimes when all the things line up. Here comes the 1 of Corey Walker continuing to push hard as he maintains that third position as he comes out of turn number 2 on the north end of the course. There you see the 1 of Corey Walker. The 52 of Tanner Rinker was, a couple of seconds, maybe not even a second behind the 1 of Corey Walker. Now he's easily a couple of seconds behind him after that rough turn a couple of laps ago. All right, we've now got 15 laps remaining, 3/4 of the way through this Tri-Hall final. The 17 of Neil Marsh has led since the inception, looking to go wire to wire here in the Red River Rumble and crown himself champion here in round 2 and drive a commanding lead over the 13 of Grant Schubert here in the season standings as he goes out of turn number 2 on the north end, sweeping back around, ticking off another lap. 4 laps down to go for our driver from Hemlock, Michigan, trying to hold off the young hard charger out of Spring, Texas, running for McLean Trailers, the 37 of Mason Rinker. And the 52 of Tanner Rinker tries to duke it out with the 1 of Corey Walker and try to get back up on the podium as he sits in 4th. But it is all Neil Marsh right now, ladies and gentlemen. He is just lapping boat after boat. It is impressive, the quality, the skill, and the consistency that the 17 of Neil Marsh brings to the Texas Tri-Hall class. That is his 17th lap. 3 laps remain here in this Tri-Hall final. And the 37 of Mason Rinker really struggling to get around the 33 of John Ottinger. He has spent the better part of 4 laps, and he better watch out because he is really starting to fall apart here in the late stages. I don't know if he's just trying to hang on if that water's getting so rough. But now we've got 18 laps down now for our leader, the 17 of Neil Marsh, as he crosses the start-finish line. Now we're down to 2 laps remain in this main event. The 37 of Mason Rinker and that all-yellow McLean Trailers machine just has struggled to get by the John Deere green number 33 of John Ottinger. And the 1 of Corey Walker doing a really good job. Oh, no, the 52 of Tanner Rinker misses the buoy down on the north end of the course. He's got to turn around. He's going to go a lap down. And any shot he had at a podium is torched here with 2 laps to go. Now here comes 1 lap left. White flag goes out. Go fast. Turn left just 2 more times for the man out of Hemlock, Michigan. Can he do it once again? It's looking like it's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen, as he goes down out of turn 1. Cruising it down the back straightaway. Puts his foot into the gas down the inside lane, looking to pass the 13 of Grant Schubert to put a cherry on top of this fantastic run by the 17 of Neil Marsh. Ladies and gentlemen, your inaugural Red River Rumble champion out of Hemlock, Michigan, number 17, Neil Marsh. And the 52 of Tanner Rinker misses another buoy. The 37 of Mason Rinker comes in second and rounding out the podium as he makes his way around turn number 2. In his first race of 2024 out of San Antonio, Texas, number 1, Mr. Corey Walker. Well, that's going to wrap it up for the Texas Tri-Hull Division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. What an amazing win by the 17 of Neil Marsh. Hopefully we get an opportunity to chat with that young driver here in just a little bit. But a fantastic run. He goes wire to wire from inside lane 1 to secure the inaugural Red River Rumble Championship for the Texas Tri-Hull Division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. What a fantastic run by that driver. What a great run by the 37 of Mason Rinker. I think he learned a few things about how to get around some of the other drivers that he's going to implore maybe next round at the Midwest Nationals in Alton. But again, take a look at that final race results. The 17 of Neil Marsh taking home the victory by 11 seconds over the 37 of Mason Rinker. And then we saw that's not the 33 of John Ottinger that would have fallen into third there. No, that's actually going to be the number 1 of Corey Walker. And it looks the only reason that you see no lap time for the 1 of Corey Walker. It looks like he might have got some damage on the transponder after we had started after they got on the water, but before we started the race. So the number 1 of Corey Walker is going to slot into that third spot. And then it looks like the 33 of John Ottinger is going to finish in 4th in that John Deere Green Machine, followed by the Daybreak Bar and Grill, number 5 of Ruben Stafford in 5th. In 6th, the 69 of Cole Wearing. In 7th, the 26 of Briston Sherman. And then the 13 of Grant Schubert in 8th. Corey Walker, again, up in 3rd, but so in 9th, the 88 of Josh Wells. And then the 6 of Jack Schubert on DNS here in the Tri-Hull as he graciously gave up his boat to his older brother, the 13 of Grant Schubert. But Grant struggled mightily there in the main event and was unable to secure the points he needed to close the gap between him and the 17 of Neil Marsh. That's got to be frustrating for that young driver, but that's the way the cookie crumbles here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. But Grant's got a long day ahead of him. He's got to get out of the Tri-Hull, got to get back in the F1, and then they got to run our 17-minute plus 1 lap main event here in Formula One that's coming up next after a word from our sponsors.
Mercury Racing was forged in the heat of competition. The will to win is in our DNA. Competition isn't just what we do, it's our proving ground. It's about the pursuit of power, performance, and endurance that pushes our limits and yours. We create premium marine power to take you faster and farther. The world offers limits. Mercury Racing offers freedom. Live wide open.
Conterra Networks creates custom technology-based network solutions for businesses of all sizes nationwide. For over 25 years, our team of local professionals has been designing, building, and managing our 11,000-plus mile owned and operated fiber network. Our local solution specialists are available to discuss your business network and communication needs, including internet, private networks, unified communications, and business continuity. Call 888-266-4836 or visit www.conterra.com for custom solutions that work.
There's more to island time at Margaritaville, Bossier City. Taste the good life at Drago's with the area's best seafood and our famous charbroiled oysters. Hang out and unwind at Club Mac, our all-new cigar lounge. Experience our sportsbook with the best games on our Jumbotron and game day specials. Get better odds with the hottest slots and electrifying table games. Pamper yourself in paradise at our luxury hotel and spa. Tropic like it's hot with electrifying headlining entertainment. Find your island time at Margaritaville, Bossier City.
In my Louisiana, jazz has a way of making me sway.
Cajun goes way into the night.
Zydeco is the only way to move me. That's right.
In my Louisiana, blues is a way of life.
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
We live every day like it's a festival. It often is. We've got so many reasons to celebrate. Some days, we don't even need one.
All right, race fans, welcome back to round 2 of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series here in 2024, the inaugural Red River Rumble here in downtown Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana. Joining me now is a man who, I already talked to him today. Sometimes I get real sick and tired of talking to him, but I don't think he ever gets sick and tired of talking to me, especially in these situations. But joining me now is the man they call the Dude, Neil Marsh. Well, Neil, you did it again, my friend.
It's unbelievable, dude. That was tough. I am winded, so I may be lack of some words. Not usually short for the tongue stuff here, but I might not be able to give you a good interview. We'll see what's up.
Hey, that's okay. You know, it's kind of a weird one out there. We had our officials scouring the depths of the APBA rulebook to ensure that everything was fair. The 13 of Grant Schubert kicks his brother out of his boat. Can you believe he did that to his brother?
Hey, brotherly love, man. You know, so.
So he kicks him out. So obviously you don't see the red boat next to you on the outside of row 1, but you see that orange, red, and yellow JH performance machine. You knew Grant was still in it. You knew you had to get a good hole shot, and it sure seems like you did.
I've seen that boat next to me before quite a few times. I do need to thank Grant. Yesterday we had a steering cable problem, right? So he gave me his spare, and he actually came and got the one that I took out of my boat to try to get his stuff going again. So, and it didn't work. It was too tight. So we got to thank him, you know, and that's what shows the sportsmanship of this whole series and this class. That,
for sure.
You know, they give the shirt off the back, everybody to keep everybody else on the water, you know.
You know, as like Chris Fairchild said in round 1, right? I don't want to beat you. I want to beat you on the water.
Yeah,
I don't want to
absolutely.
beat you from the beach. Right?
Absolutely. I was thinking, I'm like, yeah, he's jumping in their boat. Did you lose points? How is it? I'm like, you know what? He's got to line up next to me no matter what. That's what everybody wants to see, and that's what we wanted. So
for sure.
He gave me a good little run to that first turn, just kind of what we did a few weeks ago, and he didn't maybe bump me around as much, but we got through that thing. It was that corner is so snotty down there.
Yeah, the real question is did your crew chief slip like a Hyundai spot to Jack and maybe, you know, loosen a few wires because the 13 of Grant Schubert didn't make it more than a couple laps, but the 37 of Mason Rinker slotted in, and, man, he gave you everything he could handle out there on the race course.
I tell you what, Mason's up and coming. He's right there. You know, he is going to strike. He's going to get another win this year. And I don't know where his brother was. He was behind. I saw him miss a buoy down here to go back and pick it up. But it was that was treacherous, man.
It was
no joke. I was trying to stop the boat just to turn down there and not spin out, you know, not cavitate. And this corner wasn't too bad. I had some pretty good ones with that buoy or with that current we talked about. I'm like, do not hit this buoy, dude. Come on. So
yeah, well, Tanner and Rinker had to learn the hard way. He missed it not only once, but twice, because it seems like as soon as you set the buoy, you got to set it like 4 feet to the right of where you actually want it to go, because, man, that current is quick.
Yeah, it is something different, you know, and this is a great site, great event, and we'll come back next year, and God willing, the currents and the water table will be a lot lower, right?
Well, hey, fantastic. You know, you've had quite a few firsts in your career over the last handful of years, but here's another first, the inaugural Red River Rumble champion here in Texas Tri-Hull. Schubert doesn't really finish. He's a few laps back. You got yourself a nice cushion going into the Midwest Nationals in Alton.
Yeah.
Hey, man, enjoy this one, right? The pressure's going to keep ratcheting it up after every race, so enjoy this one. Enjoy the hardware. Fantastic win for the Marsh Racing team.
It's a storybook thing. You know, I'm going to try to do this real quick. I'm going to try to get all these sponsors in. So we got Maple Grill, we got Sefton, we got B-Blades, we got Grandpa's Garden, we got Best Automotive. We got a new guy, Timberwood Antique Mall. We got MP Solutions. We got Grote Law up in Charlevoix. Oh, goodness. We got J. Marie's Salon, and we got Studio 46. We got the Wardine Brothers Farms.
Yeah,
I cannot forget
Large.
Walter up there in cold Alaska, catching all the beautiful Alaskan salmon right now. Riversong Lodge, your destination for catching the baddest, the greatest fish in the world.
Well, yeah, I was telling people earlier.
Here she come.
I was telling you got about every business within a 40-mile radius of Hemlock, Michigan's got a sticker on the side of the 17. It's really a community effort that helps you get down here, but it allows you guys to focus so much on a package that has been, bar none, right, the best to do it over the last couple of years, and here you are trudging your way to a third championship in a row. If things keep going like the way they have, it's going to be a pretty great wrap-up to 2024.
I spoke about this before. You know, the Schuberts gave me a great rig. You know, JH, they build a great boat. Anybody can go down there and buy the same thing I got and get in that seat, and if you figure out how to run it right and balance it right, and you'll be right up there too. I guarantee it. JH Performance, man. they got it.
Absolutely. They started the class. They invented the class. They build the boats. They're fantastic. They're our only choice for rescue boats. They build all of our tri-hulls. They are great people. But, hey, man, this one's all about you right now. Congratulations, sir. Go enjoy that win again. You got a long haul back home tomorrow on Memorial Day back to the great state of Michigan, the land of clear blue waters. And you'll have a little bit shiny, crystal clear trophy from the Red River Rumble to bring home with you. Congratulations, sir.
Got to thank my crew there, my wife and my family. They travel with me. My kids, Ellie, Trevor, they're at home. Hi, love you guys. Mom, sisters, they're all getting ready for a big green wedding over in Wisconsin, so that's happening next week, and we want to say hi to everybody. And we love you guys. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you in the next one.
Absolutely, man. We'll see you in Alton, Illinois. Ladies and gentlemen, your inaugural Red River Rumble champion here in Texas Tri-Hull, the dude, number 17, Neil Marsh, taking home a championship. And we've got one race left here on the weekend schedule. It's the Formula One boats on the water here in just a few minutes to duke it out for their inaugural Red River Rumble championship here on the shores of the Red River, downtown beautiful Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana. And we wouldn't be here without our fantastic local sponsors, Conterra Networks. Conterra Networks delivers lightning-fast internet to keep your business running at the speed of today's world. Conterra Networks. Louisiana Office of Tourism. Louisiana, feed your soul. Visit explorelouisiana.com. We'd like to thank the governmental agencies and the different commissions here that were a big part of getting us here in 2024. The Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, the Red River Waterway Commission, and the Bossier Police Jury, all fantastic sponsors here of the 2024 Red River Rumble. And we can't forget Caddo Parish. Parish of Caddo is proud to sponsor this year's Red River Rumble Formula One Powerboat Championship. They welcomed all of us to this fantastic area. Enjoy the food, recreation, and fun. And hey, why don't you just stay a while here in Caddo Parish? The Shreveport Aquarium, hosting of the judges stand and the awards presentation. The Shreveport Aquarium, get up close and touch and feed the friendly stingrays in a memorable hands-on encounter at the Shreveport Aquarium. And, of course, our exclusive casino sponsor for the 2024 Red River Rumble, Margaritaville. Get better odds with the hottest slots and electrifying table games. Experience their sports book with the best games in the Jumbotron and game day specials. Taste the good life at Dragos, the area's best seafood and famous charbroiled oysters. Check out Club Mac and all-new cigar lounge, all at Margaritaville Resort and Casino, downtown Bossier City. And those great local sponsors here are the reason why we're here in beautiful Bossier, Shreveport-Bossier in 2024. Hoping to be here for many more years to come. Here's a Red River Rumble's inaugural 2024 running. Here we've had some rough water conditions. The river went up 3 feet in 24 hours. We've had all sorts of debris move through earlier in the day. And I will say this, though, the river looks about as clear as it has all day long. The debris has really lightened. Our teams have done a fantastic job of clearing the debris on the river, and we're going to be back here in a little bit with the conclusion of the Red River Rumble. But first, we had a chance to sit down and talk with some of our drivers about what it's like out there on the water. One of those, our rookie here in 2024, the Selin Technologies number 29 of Jared Jensen, had a chance to talk about what it's like to be a Formula One driver and how awesome it is to be out there behind the wheel of one of these rockets across the water. I got no sound.
Colorado's definitely a place that people don't associate with boating. It's kind of a legacy thing for me. My family's been in it since the late 70s, and since then it's just kind of run in the family, and I've had the opportunity to be around it, and I feel very lucky that I get to run with all these guys that have been doing it for so long. It's pretty crazy to how I always have been a spectator of the F1s on the water the last couple of years, and then now it's insane to be lined up at the ramp behind guys like Chris Rinker and Dustin Terry and Spencer Love, and I'm in a boat of my own. It seems pretty surreal, and I'm glad that I'm here. Well, in 2019, I had the opportunity to get into a tri-hull boat at the Windsor of the Rockies and raced a tri-hull for a couple of years, and then had an opportunity to get into SST 45, which is a 12-foot tunnel hole, and immediately fell in love with the art of tunnel boat racing. I just knew after getting in that first smaller boat that I was on my way here, and I feel very fortunate that it's happened on such a quick pipeline, but I'm excited for what I've got ahead of me. Oh, it's been a game changer. Having Selling Technologies and their team behind us as a team has been super helpful for us. They're a maritime marketing agency that has been helping us go on the up and up for promotion, customer engagement, just brand awareness in general for not only the race team but our Island Lake Marine dealership as well. So Ben and Allison and their team have been so fantastic in supporting us on this journey. Boating in general in Colorado is definitely, it's hard to come by, but it's still popular. So I feel very fortunate that I work in the industry and now I get to field a team out of Denver and Fort Collins, which is a pretty unlikely place. It's not Florida or Texas or the Midwest like a lot of these other teams. So the biggest thing we're looking forward to in 2024 is definitely getting the boat put together correctly with this Mercury Racing 4-stroke on the back, the V8. It's a beast of a motor. I'm excited to be playing with the boat setup, weight distribution, all that stuff. I know my team and I it's been a puzzle that's been fun to solve, and I'm excited to find my way around the course and get a little more efficient each race and each testing session. That's been it's been very challenging and fun for me. So I'm looking forward to improving there.
And that was the Selling Technologies 29 of Jared Jensen. And I have got a fantastic piece of news that was just dropped in my lap. In our Texas Tri-Hull class that you just saw run, we have a claim rule. What that means, this claim rule means this. If me as a competitor believes that you have a motor that is superior to mine and I don't know why, and I don't want to spend the time figuring out what you did to your motor to make it run so well, I can take $3,500 and walk up to our officials. I can hand $3,500 to those officials. They will subsequently take that money, bring it over to the other driver, hand him the money, and tell that driver that these folks are taking your motor. You cannot fight it. You cannot refute it. And the 33 of John Ottinger just purchased off the back of the 17 and Neil Marsh that entire motor package. So Neil Bob, be ready to figure out what you're going to do in Alton, Illinois, my friend, because the winning has gotten too much for your competitors. They can't handle it anymore. I guess what's the old saying? If you can't beat them, join them. If you can't join them, buy their crap from right out underneath them. And that's exactly what the 33 of John Ottinger did, and I cannot be more excited about it. Neil, I love you, man, but you got your hands full come Alton because you got to figure out a whole new power plant. You got to get all the balance and everything figured out on the back of that 17 machine because your motor, your midsection, and your prop just went to the possession of the Ottinger Racing Team. How fantastic is that? And how fantastic is the 29 of Jared Jensen? You know, he's a legacy driver, but not like we're somewhere used to seeing where it's 30, 40 years straight. He's out in Colorado. We're going to finish our season out in Colorado this year. It's going to be a fantastic race site in Windsor. Super excited for that young man. How fantastic it was for him to get out here in 2024. He's learning a lot. He learned maybe a bit more than he wanted to in the final qualifying heat as he barrel rolled down in turn number 1, went on his head for the first time ever in a Formula One boat, did the 29 of Jared Jensen. And but we had a chance to talk to him. We're super excited. He's got all sorts of great ideas. He's so full of, I don't know, for lack of a better phrase, full of piss and vinegar. He's humble, but he wants to go out there and give it everything he's got. He's willing to listen to everybody, take every note. He's got a notepad that he carries around with him, and he makes notes. He's trying to learn from every driver to get a little bit better every single race. But we've got our Formula One final coming up. And before that, we had a chance to chat with, the number 9 of Johnny Fleming earlier. Let's bring that back because that's going to be a big part as I just watch a giant tree with leaves still on it float down the river. The number 9 of Johnny Fleming giving us an idea of how rough this river can get here, especially with all the torrential rain that we've had here over the last couple of weeks.
Everyone knows I'm the greatest rough water driver there is. No, not really at all. I'm terrible at it. I usually don't like that, but this water's actually has seen better days, if you put it that way. all the wind and water that we've had and rain, it's made it a little gnarly out there. So first heat testing wasn't terrible. Just going into one in the middle, one in the apex was the roughest part. Trying to get the boat to turn back around through it and keep it square. If they, with the locks change and they close the water locks down, we should have a lot smoother water. The current's ripping pretty good. Okay. So you got to kind of watch that. Also, the Red River, you can't see much debris. It all matches. So with everything together, is, man, you're going up top speed and going into turn 1 or 2, and you're just like, oh, there was something. Oh, there's something. You don't have much time to make a movement or adjustment. Going into 1, to me, is the toughest part of the racetrack. 1, going into 2, you'll have to set the boat past the buoy a little bit, you know. But going into 1, you do not want to set early, and it's the middle of the turn. About 1 boat length off the buoy in the middle of the turn is the roughest part. There's a roller there. It is basically the current mixed with the wind from the opposite direction, making a swirl. And you have a roll, what we also call a hole right there that you'll fall into. So some angles are better. Sometimes you just got to get lucky, force it through it. And then sometimes if you really get out front or have a good water, good lead, you could run past the buoy about a boat. 2 boats off of it, run past, turn out before it, and then drive through it. You just keep it lit. You can hang out wide. You can make adjustments that we never can do. You can go wide under the bridge. You can go the inside under the bridge, you know, kind of confuse the guy in front of you, confuse the guy behind you. You know, stuff like that, which I really, really liked. And also, you can split the bulkheads, basically, or the bridge. You can split either lane. So if you want to go inside, you want to go outside. If you're getting a run on somebody, you got a little bit longer of a prop, you're 5 laps into a 10-lap race, you can just hang on the outside, go to buoy instead of drive the inside, you know, so you can actually figure stuff out like that. You would think right off the bat we're going to be typical to a Bay City, Michigan. But we're fortunate here, we don't have any bulkheads. So it basically just dispersed through the rocks on either side. So you don't have any of that splashback, you know, where you go, oh, where'd that come from? Where'd that wave come from? You don't have that. You can be flat-footed this whole race all day long. You just, as long as you can get through 1, and if the locks do change and the current dies down, we'll be good to go. And it's going to be really good, clean water, just like 2016.
All right, race fans, that was the number 9 at Johnny Fleming talking about what the race conditions are like here on the Red River. Obviously, we talked to him earlier in the week. He was hoping that they were going to shut the lock and dam about 30 miles upriver, which would have kept the river water down, would have probably significantly lessened the debris. However, we don't make those decisions. They're definitely not going to close and lock and dam for a powerboat race. But we were hoping that they were going to close the lock and dam just to try to keep the river cleaner and allow that debris to slowly trickle through. What it sounds like, there was so much rain and so much water that they couldn't, in good conscience, choose to shut the lock and dam and allow that much water to build up north of the dam in an effort to lessen the debris. They just kind of had to bite the bullet and allow everything to flow through. Our teams have done a fantastic job of keeping the debris off the race course. There you see, for those of you on our YouTube channel watching our live feed, that's the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Hey, and guess what? He got the pole, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, kind of just cruising right along, not really necessarily being the big flashy guy out front. However, the 17 of Dylan Anderson has found himself on the inside of row 1 now. The 8 of Jeremiah Mayo hit a buoy in the 3rd and final qualifying heat, which would have definitely changed things up, because on the outside of row 1 is the 8 of Jeremiah Get Out of My Way Mayo, the young driver who turned 24 on Friday and is looking to try to give himself the best Christmas present. It's almost June, and I'm talking Christmas. Where am I? The best birthday present he's ever given himself, which would be a win here at round 2, because with a win here in the final, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, in my simple math, I believe would move himself up to the top spot in the season standings here in Formula One after a 4th place finish in the final in Port Neches and some just overall solid qualifying at both rounds so far here in 2024. So we're going to have a doozy on our hands here this afternoon. You know, the one driver that's a little bit frustrated at times and had a great First race, there's the 62 of Chris Fairchild. That's the third different boat we've seen the 62 of Chris Fairchild in 2 races. He had one of his Revolution boats in the McCullough Racing stable out on Saturday at Port Neches. Well, that thing came apart. Then on Sunday, it looks like he got together with one of the other drivers and started taking on water big time after just a racing incident, and it hit him right in the right spot, and that started taking on water. And over the laps in the race, it started peeling it further and further apart as the pressure of water continues to do. And so now they've had to go to a third boat that just recently acquired from the Schubert family as one of their many boats in their stable. One day I'd love to go to the shop in Richmond, Texas, and count how many Formula One boats they've got sitting in their stable from the 80s forward. I would imagine it's probably north of 20 would be my guess. They could probably make a whole bar and just nothing but decor of like rear cowlings and motor cowlings and old boats and hang them from the ceiling. John, Mike, this is for you. You guys call yourself collectors. Some people call you hoarders. Just saying, guys. But they do have a fantastic stable of some pretty cool boats dating all the way back to, I think, the 1960s. As their father, Bob Schubert, was a racer in his own right back in the day and then moved on to being official. Was actually a colleague of my father, Walt Yarbrough, back on the IOGP days. Their families continued on to racing. And now John Schubert, partner with Tim Siebold, the owners of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. All right, while we get the final few boats in the water and we get everybody ready to rock and roll here, we're going to turn it over to our partners here that allow us to come to Shreveport-Bossier in 2024. We'll take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with the start of the Formula One Championships Round 2 final here at the 2024 Red River Rumble.
Mercury Racing was forged in the heat of competition. The will to win is in our DNA. Competition isn't just what we do, it's our proving ground. It's about the pursuit of power, performance, and endurance that pushes our limits and yours. We create premium marine power to take you faster and farther. The world offers limits. Mercury Racing offers freedom. Live wide open.
VP Racing Fuels has been the official fuel of racing for over 45 years. But VP isn't just race fuels. VP offers a wide range of oils, additives, and our new Stay Frosty coolants to help keep your street car, tow vehicle, or weekend warrior running at its best. VP products are engineered to keep your vehicle running smooth and looking great for your daily commute with our octane boosters, fuel treatments, and quick detailing products. Explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com.
There's more to Island Time at Margaritaville-Bossier City. Taste the good life at Drago's with the area's best seafood and our famous charbroiled oysters. Hang out and unwind at Club Mac, our all-new cigar lounge. Experience our sportsbook with the best games on our Jumbotron and game day specials. Get better odds with the hottest slots and electrifying table games. Pamper yourself in paradise at our luxury hotel and spa. Tropic like it's hot with electrifying headlining entertainment. Find your Island Time at Margaritaville-Bossier City.
Conterra Networks creates custom technology-based network solutions for businesses of all sizes nationwide. For over 25 years, our team of local professionals has been designing, building, and managing our 11,000-plus mile owned and operated fiber network. Our local solution specialists are available to discuss your business network and communication needs, including internet, private networks, unified communications, and business continuity. Call 888-266-4836 or visit www.conterra.com. for custom solutions that work.
All right, race fans, and we're back. We're getting the final boat loaded in the water here for the main event here in the Formula One class. But joining me now out on the water is the man who nobody knew until the final point shook out, but he finds himself in the catbird seat on pole position. Boy, Dylan, it's got to feel good to keep that boat upright all weekend long and now find yourself on the inside of row one. Dylan, you got a copy?
Yep, I got you.
All right, Dylan, sorry you might have missed that first one, but boy, it's been an interesting weekend. Did you expect with what you've had all going on this weekend that you'd find yourself on the inside of row one, pole position for the main event?
Oh, man, it was a eventful beginning of the weekend. You know, we left Nashville on time to make it here Thursday evening. Get on the road, end up losing our radiator on the big truck and having to get a radiator replaced. Sat there at the shop all throughout testing on Friday. Actually ended up rolling in and getting fixed Saturday morning at about 3:30 in the morning. We were all smoked and had to get some sleep and get up early and get everything out, and we just barely got unloaded and ready to get the boat in the water by the time qualifying came around. Qualified okay, first time in the two-stroke boat in a little while. You know, this is some pretty crazy conditions out here. We've got some wind, we've got some current, we've got some sticks and trash floating down the river too, just by nature with the current. So we, you know, we're just out here winging it, giving it everything we've got. You know.
Absolutely, man. And when you look to your right on the outside of row one, it's going to be the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. He's been real fast all weekend. What do you think that number 17, Anderson Marine, low-car performance sponsored entry is going to have to do to walk away from the Red River Rumble with a checkered flag in hand?
Well, I believe the term is go fast, turn left.
Well, fair enough. For a man of few words, I can appreciate the simplicity in your approach, and maybe that's some of that simplicity is why you find yourself on the start on the podium here on that inside of row one. Best of luck today, Dylan. Keep it upright, keep it clean, and maybe, just maybe, you'll find yourself with a checkered flag in hand come the end of this 17 minutes plus 1 lap main event.
Thank you, sir. Hope to see you soon.
All right, that was the number 17 of Dylan Anderson, our pole sitter here in the Formula One class. You know, he's kind of flown under the radar, and that's exactly what the 17 of Dylan Anderson loves to do. He is a very inconspicuous guy. I can tell you this right now. Most people, you probably wouldn't be able to pick him out of a crowd of 5. He's very quiet. He's very humble. He just goes to work. He's a guy that goes to work. He's a new father. Had a little baby in the off season, so he's had his hands full. But I can appreciate somebody who just goes to work. As an ex-offensive lineman in both college and professional, that's what we did as offensive linemen. We just went to work, right? You don't have any stats. You're not going to get any glory. You just go to work, and you put your nose down, and you grind. And that's exactly what the 17 of Dylan Anderson has done this weekend. Like he said, motor troubles on the way in. He didn't get into the pits till 3:30 Saturday morning, took a 3-hour nap, got the boat weighed, got the boat inspected, and literally finished prepping the boat about 15 minutes before qualifying started on Saturday, midday. It was a whirlwind for that driver, but, you know, sometimes the best results come from your ability to manage chaos. And this young driver has managed chaos very well this weekend, and he's been rewarded for it, as the 17 of Dylan Anderson is our pole sitter here in the Formula One class. Looks like we got our final boat. I can see it on the crane at the far south end of the course. That would be the Captain Jack Seafood Market, number 13 of Grant Schubert, getting in the water. And once he's in the water, we will be ready to run hot laps here on this main event in the Formula One class and crown a champion here at the 2024 Red River Rumble. Sponsors here, the Red River Rumble, sponsors for the Formula One Powerboat Championship season here in 2024 are the reason we are here for the Red River Rumble, and we couldn't do it without them. First and foremost, the great folks at Mercury Racing. Mercury Racing is a leading provider in high-performance marine propulsion systems for discriminating boaters around the world. Learn more about its wide-open line of outboards, stern drives, and propellers for performance boaters or race teams at mercuryracing.com. Seaway Marine, the title sponsor of the Formula Lights class here in the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, operating out of a 62,000 square foot warehouse that's packed with current OEM parts, aftermarket parts, and vintage hard-to-find parts. They ship over 100,000 packages a year all over the United States, providing same-day shipping on in-stock orders. Seaway staff is arguably the most knowledgeable in the industry with decades of experience. Seaway prides itself in customer service. Make Seaway Marine your first call or text online at sea-way.com, your one-stop boat motor shop, seawaymarine.com, your #1 Johnson & Evinrude parts distributor. Moto Marketing Group, providing award-winning advertising and strategic marketing solutions to any company or team with one-on-one service and consulting. Moto Marketing Group excels in racing and sports marketing, advertising, and design, and they've got the track record to prove it. From boats to cars and motorcycles, if it has an engine, they'll make it scream. VP Racing Fuels, the official fuel of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. VP Racing Fuels has been the fuel choice of champions for decades. Now you can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. Again, the only choice for our rescue crew here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship season team is JH Performance Boats. They are custom, handcrafted, shallow water bay boats built with the highest quality materials. And when I say handcrafted, every boat that comes off the production floor at JH Performance Boats is handcrafted by master boat builder Mike Schubert. And finally, the official series audio partner of the Formula One Powerboat Championship, Kicker Marine Audio. They produce real marine audio components, meticulously designed, engineered, and built with durability to withstand the harsh marine environment and the power to be heard with clarity, even at an open-air event like Formula One Powerboat Racing. Find your next real marine audio at kicker.com. Our great sponsors here in 2024 of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Don't forget, grab your swag so you can get it signed by our drivers back at the Formula One Powerboat Championship tent. We've got hats, t-shirts, koozies. We've got muscle shirts. We've got t-shirts. We've got our official collared crew shirts that look pretty snazzy, if I don't say so myself, except for my boss, I think, believes that I am a smaller sized human being than I am. He got me in either that or my boss really likes me in tight clothing, and I don't think it's that. So, but fantastic clothing. We've got Debbie Siebold taking care of everybody. Make sure you swing down, get yourself a hat, t-shirt, koozie, sunglasses, stickers. We got all sorts of great stuff out there in the Formula One swag. You can also find more swag and order it at any time at SieboldSports.com. Siebold Sports, world champion powerboat racing since 1939. Learn more about the legendary Siebold family and all of the Formula One Powerboat Championship swag at SieboldSports.com. You can find us on all our social platforms at F1 Powerboat Championship on Facebook, YouTube. Actually, Facebook, we're now F1 Powerboat Racing, thanks to the lovely hackers from Southeast Asia. They had some issues with our Formula One Facebook page, but still rolling strong. We had a new page, F1 Powerboat Racing, on Facebook, but on TikTok, TikTok, X, Instagram, mainly on YouTube as well. We are F1 Powerboat Championship. You can find us on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe to our channel. We are producing all of our shows live right now. So those of you hearing me locally in Shreveport-Bossier, you can hop on your YouTube app, look up F1 Powerboat Racing, and you can hear me on your phone. So if you got to leave a little early, don't worry, you're not going to miss out on the action. If you want to see some unbelievable overhead drone footage and some of the great camera shots brought to you by our media partner, the great folks at Live Race Media, check that out as well, as we are moments away from getting rolling here in this main event in the Formula One class. And the boat that's had an up and down weekend after a fantastic finish in week one at the Port Neches Riverfest is the 52 of Chris Rinker. He chatted a little bit with us earlier about what it was like last week and what he's going to need to do to keep himself out front here at the 2024 Formula One Powerboat Championships.
Yeah, the trim, what we figured out was not the problem. It was actually about lap 5, my power steering went out, and I was not Hercules in the cockpit. I can tell you that. It took everything I had to manhandle that boat for the last, whatever it was, 20 laps, and then I finally got enough wind, I guess, to reach over and flip the power steering switch on and off again, and then I had it back for about 5 laps. But I mean, I was mauling the wheel with my hands, just trying to keep it straight in the straightaway, and I got on the up button. I don't know what else to say. I mean, we checked all our systems. We thought maybe we had a trim problem, but you know, I can admit if I made a mistake, and I think that probably is what happened. I mean, we've had other competitors fight electrical gremlins for multiple races, and I mean, rewire the whole thing and still have the same issues. So I'm really excited that it was me. I can fix that. That's easy. I think any course fits us well. We just got to adapt to it and go out and do some testing, figure it out. The boat turns and handles better than anything I think out there right now. And we did some things with our balance in this first test session. I wasn't really excited about it, so we went back, and we're going to go back out and make another run and see what we can do, shave some more times off those times. RJ's a tough competitor. He has done his homework. He's put in the time, and my hat's off to him for that. But I'm not going to make it easy for him, I can tell you that. And we're going to go out there and give him the best we got, and I think we probably got enough to get on top of that podium. I think we're 5 points apart right now. I studied that about 30 seconds after the race, and that's what we came up with. And so we'll keep an eye on that really close. I mean, it's going to be hopefully interesting. Hopefully we don't have any issues with, you know, debris with all the storms and all that stuff. I was out there testing. There's a little bit of timber and stuff floating around. Hopefully we can have a good, clean race and just do our best out there and not have any issues.
All right, that was the 52 of Chris Rinker, but we got him out running hot laps now, getting those motors primed up and ready to rock and roll. We'll be right back here in just a moment with the conclusion of the 2024 Red River Rumble Round 2 of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
Sleek, glamorous, lightweight, and extremely maneuverable, with a power-to-weight ratio second to none in all of motorsports. With acceleration from 0 to 100 miles an hour in under 5 seconds, and top speeds in excess of 120 miles an hour. In 2024, the news on the street is the Mercury Apex 250 4.6-liter V8 4-stroke versus the industry standard 2.5-liter V6 2-stroke. Who's going to come out on top in 2024?
Looks, he blows by the doors off. Down into turn number 1. Ooh, the 17 of Mars sweeps it right off the tail. Did that go? Look out, we got to blow over. Oh, they somehow saved
No
it.
2 laps are the same. Ever-changing wind and water conditions make the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series one of the most challenging racing circuits running today. From the Formula Light to the fan-favorite Tri-Hulls and the elite Formula One, this is the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana, for the conclusion of the Formula One class here at the 2024 Red River Rumble, here round 2 of the 2024 Formula One Powerboat Championships, right here on the Red River in beautiful downtown Shreveport-Bossier, the Twin Cities here in Louisiana. And let's take a look at our starting lineup. On pole here in the final out of Nashville, Tennessee, on the inside of row 1 here in this 2x2 rolling start, the number 17 of Dylan Anderson. On the outside of row 1, that's the number 8, turned 24 on Friday. They call him Get Out of My Way, the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. Inside of row 2, the 03 of Dustin Terry, that Plash lighting machine, running that 4-stroke. On the outside of row 2, the 24 of Spencer Love, one half of the Clover Construction Team. On the inside of row 3, Captain Jack Seafood Market, number 13 of Grant Schubert. Outside of row 3, the other half of the Clover Construction Team, the number 12 of Sean Love. Inside of row 4, the 99 of Travis Yates and that Chartreuse in black JH Performance Machine. Beautiful boat that is. On the outside of row 4, the number 52, Chris, the Real Deal Rinker. That's your dark horse coming from 8th. Can he get on the podium? In 9th, on the inside of row 5, the 62 of Chris Fairchild. On the outside of row 5, the number 9 of Johnny Fleming. And on the inside of row 6, the 34 of Jeff Reno, the Okeechobee, Florida native, and the outside of row 6, the 29 of Jared Jensen. As we pulled off the jet ski, waiting for the green flag, he drops the green flag, and here we go. We're underway here in the main event in Formula 1 as the 17 of Dylan Anderson goes down tight to the inside. Oh, he gets side by side with the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. We might have had a touch point between the 8 of Mayo and the 17 of Anderson. Now look at Mayo walking it down on its tail down the back straightaway as he goes down into turn number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, look at how treacherous it is down there in turn number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a new leader right now. The 8 of Jeremiah Mayo comes like a rocket after a fantastic run down into turn number 1. And oh no, the 17 of Dylan Anderson is slowing way down. I don't know if he does not like that water on the inside, but look at the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. He is just absolutely running away with it. Up into third now, the 03 of Dustin Terry, but there's the 52 of Chris Rinker. He's all the way moved up from 10th into 6th position, but the 17 of Dylan Anderson is starting to feel the pressure from the 03 of Dustin Terry and that plush lighting machine. Then there's the 24 of Spencer Love. The 13 of Grant Schubert is doing a great job. Man, he's up into 6th. Boy, I tell you, 3 out of the 4 Outlaw F1 team members in the top 6 here. What a fantastic run with 3.5 seconds. But out in front right now is the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. But right behind him, less than 1 second apart, is the 17 of Dylan Anderson and the 03 of Jeremiah Mayo. Excuse me, the 03. Oh no, the 03 of Dustin Terry. He spins out down there between turns 3 and 4. And boy, that gave the 17 of Dylan Anderson some breathing room. But now the 03 of Dustin Terry's got a rear view mirror full of the 24 Clover Construction of Spencer Love. Down there as he goes into the south end of the course, down through turns 1 and 2. There's the 52 of Chris Rinker. He started 10th. He's all the way up into 6th position, looking to eyeball, in 7th position. No, he's in 6th position, eyeing up the 13 of Grant Schubert. Schubert now trying to get by the 24 of Spencer Love. What a great move there by the young driver out of Richmond, Texas. Now he gets into the wash, trying to stay on the outside hip. It is so rough out there. Definitely not seeing maximum speeds here in this Formula 1 class as these guys try to keep this war of attrition under wraps here as the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo continues to push hard, looking to put it on its tail as he walks it out of turn number 4. This driver is on a mission to give himself the best birthday present he ever could. He turned 24 on Friday. His teammate, the Grant Schubert, turned 20 on Saturday, and now that driver is really looking to try to push it all the way to the top of the podium. Oh no, the 62 of Chris Fairchild has gone dead in the water down on the back straightaway. He's really backed it off. There's the 17 of Dylan Anderson, who's still sitting in 2nd position. The 03 of Dustin Terry there in 3rd after the spin out. And then the 24 of Spencer Love still sitting in 4th. Look at the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He's pushing it hard. There's the 03 of Dustin Terry. You see in the background the 62 of Chris Fairchild. The troubles continue for the McCullough Racing Team. There's the 24 of Spencer Love, the 13 of Grant Schubert. Then the 34 of Jeff Reno, who's a lap down, and then the 52 of Chris Rinker. There's the 29 of Jared Jensen, missing his rear cowling, borrowed a lid off of the 17 of Dylan Anderson as his sank after a barrel roll down in. There's the 62 of Chris Fairchild. He's pulling off the course. Unfortunate for the driver out of Paw Paw, Illinois. His afternoon is done. And there's the 17 of Dylan Anderson getting by the number 9 of Johnny Fleming as he goes down to the far end of the course, trying to find a way to catch our leader, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. There's the 17 of Dylan Anderson making it through turns 1 and 2, and it is so rough out there on the shores of the Red River that the 17 of Dylan Anderson just cannot seem to make up ground. Neither can the 03 of Dustin Terry. In that plush lighting, you see him bunny hopping down the back straightaway. It is starting to get really, really rough here on the shores of the Red River. We're 13 minutes plus 1 lap remaining here in this main event in Formula 1. The 52 of Chris Rinker's got some work to do right now, but nobody can seem to catch the young driver from Richmond, Texas, who's out in front, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. This young driver was snap-on on the side in that teal, checkered and white Hoffman design composite Formula 1 he rode last year for Phase 3 Performance. Looking to do it here again in 2024 under a different team name. They bought that off the Phase 3 team because he was so good at it in 2023. There's the 99 of Travis Yates in that chartreuse and black JH Performance machine, allowing his teammate and our leader, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, to move by him through turns 1 and 2. But it is all Jeremiah Mayo right now as he is eyeing up the 6 boats to try to lap the 6th place boat. That's the 52 of Chris Rinker. Right now, he's just trying to hang on to some points and get to Alton with a chance to track down the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo with a great finish there in Alton. He's got some repairs to do. Obviously, yesterday the 52 of Chris Rinker sustained some pretty heavy damage on with the 95 of Tyler Welch getting together down at between turns 1 and 2. But right now, it's all Jeremiah Mayo. As you can't even see, there is the Dylan Anderson flashing that blue in the back left corner of our screen here on YouTube. Yeah, we take a look at the gaps here as the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo is way out in front. I mean, he's almost a third of a lap ahead of the 2nd place boat, the 17 of Anderson. Anderson's got about a third of a straightaway or a quarter of a straightaway over the 03 of Dustin Terry. But Terry, the 24 of Love, the 13 of Schubert, and the 52 of Rinker are really starting to close in on one another as they're all doing battle for that final spot on the podium. Can the 52 of Rinker get by the 13 of Schubert and continue to push, or will he be mired down there in 6th position? There we go, the 52 of Chris Rinker. Watch this battle here between him and the 13 of Schubert. That's a 2-stroke versus a 4-stroke. Captain Jacks with that 4-stroke on the back of the 13 of Grant Schubert. The Rinker Boat World 52 of Chris Rinker pushing hard with that 2-stroke machine down to the inside as they are really tight on top of one another, but the 52 of Rinker just can't seem to navigate the corners as well. That might be because of the damage he sustained in that wreck yesterday afternoon. He barrel rolled it in qualifying heat number 3. He was winning the race, so he might just be taking a little easy trying to finish the race instead of ended up on his head again like he did in qualifying heat number 3. As you can see, there's our leader. The 8 of Jeremiah Mayo has caught up to the 52 of Chris Rinker. And Rinker having to push hard, trying to stay on the lead lap as the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo just continues to put this thing in cruise control. He's got a half a lap lead over the rest of the field here with 10 minutes plus 1 lap to go here in this main event in Formula One. As the 52 of Rinker continues to do battle with the 13 of Schubert. There goes Schubert out of turn number 4, but now here's the 8 of Mayo. This is not what the 52 of Chris Rinker wanted. He wants to stay on the lead lap. And he also wants to get by the 13 of Grant Schubert, because if he can do that, he might be able to get by the 24 of Spencer Love, and that's going to be valuable points as the 13 of Schubert and the 24 of Love are right on top of each other. Oh no, looks like Love had to back off. Can Schubert make a move and get up into 4th? Oh, look out, Grant Schubert almost barrel rolls it in turn number 3. He's got to lay way off the gas, and now we got a 3-dog fight for 4th, 5th, and 6th here between the 24 of Spencer Love, the 13 of Grant Schubert, and the 52 of Chris Rinker. You know, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo is like, whoa, boys, I'm going to steer clear of that craziness with a half-lap lead. The last thing he wants to do is get tied up between those 3 and end up getting caught up in their battle. But here they go, almost 3 wide down into turn number 3. It's the 13 of Schubert way wide to the outside. Oh, Love backs way off as he gets caught down into the middle, and the 13 of Schubert's able to get by the 24 of Love. And here comes the 52 of Rinker, and the 8 of Mayo, our leader, is all up in Rinker's business as the 13 of Grant Schubert moves into 4th. That is Outlaw F1, 1, 2, 4 right now. It looks like the dreams of Dustin Terry may be coming to fruition here at the Red River Rumble as hey, let's take a look at that replay on the 13 of Grant Schubert. He comes hard down into turn number 3. He's trying to get by the 24 of Spencer Love, maybe left the gas in a little too long. Oh, and he barely saves it. Has to go way wide to the outside. Lays back in now. He's continued to push hard, but that ragged edge living that the 13 of Grant Schubert chooses to live at. And the 17 of Dylan Anderson continues to push. He continues to push hard as it looks like the 24 of Spencer Love has fallen way off the pace. He's clearly had something go wrong in the back of that motor. The 13 of Schubert moves up to 4th. The 52 of Rinker's up into 5th. And a little bit more breathing room between him and the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, the driver out of Richmond, Texas, running for Snap-on Tools, who's got a half a lap lead over the 17 of Dylan Anderson, the man who started on pole in this rough, brutal race here at the inaugural Red River Rumble on the shores of the Red River here in beautiful downtown Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana. The 8 of Jeremiah Mayo continue to push hard. There's the 17 of Dylan Anderson. The only way he's catching the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, if for some reason we have a restart here with 7 minutes plus 1 lap remaining, we're about the 2/3 marker of this main event here in Formula One. The 17 of Dylan Anderson, who, watch out there, he gets real close with the 99 of Travis Yates. Gets it out of turn 4, now down the front straightaway, trying to gain ground on that 13-second lead that the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo has over the 17 of Dylan Anderson. You look at Dustin Terry there, he's running about a second lap time, but Anderson and Mayo, the only sub 30-second lap times. Dustin Terry 4 seconds behind the 17 of Dylan Anderson. But then you look at 4th, 5th, and 6th. Rinker running a 29.98, so he's starting to make a move. He's starting to gain some ground. Will he run out of land and real estate and time here in this main event, or will he be able to catch the 13 of Grant Schubert? We're going to continue to stay with this group because thankfully we've got our leader and the 5th and 6th, the battle for 4th and 5th, which is fantastic, all right in the same frame. There's the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, our leader, just flying off the right side of the screen as the battle going on between the 52 of Chris Rinker and the 13 of Grant Schubert. It looks like they are all over one another, but the 13 of Grant Schubert doing a great job of running wide out of turn number 2, and then he runs it back to the pin in turn number 3, really forcing the 52 of Rinker to drive all over the race course to try to find some clean water. Now he tucks it down tight to the inside. That's a great move by the 52 of Rinker, but now you're going to see the 13 of Schubert. He's going to start working his way down to the pin, and he left him a lane there. I was very surprised the young driver out of Richmond, Texas, left him a lane, but I think he realized that, hey, I know Rinker's got some damage. I mean, he can go ahead and stick his nose in there tight to lane 1, but he's going to have to back off a little bit or he's going to risk possibly peeling that boat apart. And we see as they go down to the north end of the course, see way wide to the outside there. That's the 34 of Jeff Reno, the Okeechobee, Florida native running for Klockner Metals. Has struggled a little bit out there in that brand new boat. It's really rough, and he's still learning the attitude of that. But the 13 of Grant Schubert's really got the attitude of that composite craft figured out, as he is doing a great job of holding the 52 of Chris Rinker in that Rinker Boat World machine at bay as they fight for 4th and 5th. And they're starting to gain some ground on the 03 of Dustin Terry. Could the 13 of Grant Schubert knock off his teammate, the 03 of Dustin Terry, and kick him off the podium? We can find out here in 4 minutes and 47 seconds plus 1 lap. Can it be an Outlaw 1-3 finish sandwiched with the 17 of Dylan Anderson in the middle? Or will the Red River come up and bite the 17 of Anderson? Or could it bite our leader, the 08 of Jeremiah Mayo? He's running a fantastic race there. There's the 03 of Dustin Terry. He is now very, very close to his teammate there. Flashing is the 13 of Grant Schubert. That's the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th. Right there, boom, 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 all within a second or so of one another here. As we'll take a look at their lap time. Schubert goes sub 30 seconds. But Rinker does not. So what a great response by the 13 of Grant Schubert. Look at that, 2.3 seconds. Less than 1/10 of a second separate the 13 of Schubert and the 52 of Rinker. They're just a couple of boat lengths apart from one another down the backstretch. There's the 52 of Chris Rinker. He goes down into 3. Now coming off of 4 already is the 03 of Terry. And then right between them is the 13 of Schubert. This young driver, his first full season was just last year. It's a brand new boat in 2024, and he's really starting to get comfortable in that composite craft with that Captain Jack Seafood Market on the side. Our overhead shots of our drone picking up the 03 of Dustin Terry, pushing hard down the back straightaway as he slowly sees that gap shrink lap after lap after lap. He bobbles a little bit down there in 3. We might have a battle between teammates for the final spot on the podium. The 03 of Dustin Terry now goes down tight out of turn 4. Schubert has to jump over the wake down into lane 1. What a veteran move there by the 03 of Terry. He goes down tight to the pin before he backs off, just forcing the 13 of Schubert to cross through the wake, and that's going to give the 03 of Terry just a little extra juice coming out of the turn and to try to keep that young, hard-charging driver behind him before the next sets of turns. And now looking to see what he's going to do again. He now stays wide this time because that north end of the course is so much rougher. He goes wide to the outside, now staying tight to the inside is the 13 of Schubert, and he looks to his inside. He sees the 52 of Rinker. We got some back markers now that are going to start to wad things up, make it interesting for the 03 of Dustin Terry. But that's his teammate. Will the 99 of Travis Yates get out of the way and allow the 03 of Dustin Terry to try to make some moves? Oh, here the 13 of Schubert's looking to stick his nose down in there. He goes down into lane 1. Ooh, he gets it wet. Gets doused by the 03 of Terry, but now he goes side by side. As they come off of turn number 4, the gap continues to close. after that lap. Half a second between the 03 of Terry and the 13 of Schubert. We got a battle going on for the final spot on the podium. The 17 of Dylan Anderson cruising about a half of a lap ahead of the third and fourth place boats. And our leader, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, I think he's found a good spot right behind the 52 of Rinker, his crew chief. Well, look out there. Schubert almost barrel rolls it again down in turn number 3. He's living it on the ragged edge, trying to catch his teammate, trying to get on the podium here at the Red River Rumble in Formula One. As the 03 of Terry works in there, now Schubert. Oh no, Schubert. What a move by the 52 of Chris Rinker. Rinker goes down to the inside in turns 1 and 2. He gets by the 13 of Schubert after he almost barrel rolls it again. And now Rinker moves up into 4th place. Can he get back on the podium after a disastrous start to the weekend? A 10th place start on the starting grid. Now he finds himself in 4th with a minute 17 plus 1 lap remaining. Can he track down the 03 of Dustin Terry? As they work their way back, there's the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. Now he gets by the 13 of Grant Schubert. Wow, allowing his teammate to lap him. I know he knows he's out front, but clearly something has happened to the Captain Jack's machine of 13 of Grant Schubert as he is starting to fall off the pace. It looks like the Red River may have claimed another victim here in Formula One. But right now the battle is between 3rd and 4th. The 03 of Dustin Terry. Then it's the 52 of Chris Rinker. Boom, he's right there. Then it's the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. He's your leader right there. He's backed off a little bit, but the 17 of Dylan Anderson, he better watch out because here comes Dylan Anderson. I don't know if this was strategic or what, but it looks like the 17 of Dylan Anderson is starting to close the gap on the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. He's just probably not going to have enough time. 22 seconds plus 1 lap. As our leader comes by, white flag goes out. Ladies and gentlemen, can Jeremiah get out of my way, Mayo? The young man who turned 24 on Friday, give himself the best birthday present ever. Can he pull it off as we follow him around the front straightaway or down the back straightaway out of turns 1 and 2? Our drone following right overhead. This young driver jumped out in front with a fantastic start, and he's looking to go wire to wire here. He was the top of the class coming out of turn 4. Ladies and gentlemen, your inaugural champion here at the Red River Rumble in Formula One, out of Richmond, Texas, running for Snap-on Tools, number 8, Jeremiah Mayo. In 2nd, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. And now let's check that battle for 3rd on the back straightaway. There he is, the 03 of Dustin Terry. And it's the 52 of Chris Rinker. We got our battle for our final spot on the podium. As Terry goes out into turn number 3, Rinker goes wide to the outside. Trying to stand his outside hip, he pushes it up on its tail. And here comes the 03 of Dustin Terry, hanging on for back-to-back podiums in the 03 machine, running for plush lighting out of Houma, Louisiana, rounding out the podium, the number 03 of Dustin Terry. In 4th position, the 52 of Chris Rinker, followed by the 13 of Grant Schubert and the number 24 of Spencer Love. What a fantastic run it was there for the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we've got our award ceremony immediately right here in front of the judges stand. You see the big F1 Powerboat Championship banner. We are having our award ceremony right here. So if you are in downtown Shreveport-Bossier, hang out here for just a few minutes. We're going to get our F1 boats our drivers out of the water that made the podium. We're going to run our Formula One, Formula Lights, and Tri-Hull awards presentation here momentarily. Again, we'll take a look at the rest of our field here. In 7th, 99 of Travis Yates, best finish for the season for him. In 8th, the 12 of Sean Love. In 9th, the 34 of Jeff Reno. And here's where the attrition and the beating that these boats took starts to rear its ugly head. The 29 of Jared Jensen only finished 7 laps. You can see there that the 34 of Jeff Reno only finished 24. And then the 9 of Johnny Fleming and the 62 of Chris Fairchild barely completing 10 laps combined between the two of them. But what a fantastic run it was for the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. All right, race fans, well, we're going to get everybody up here, so make sure you hang out for a little bit. We're going to have our awards presentation here for all three classes in the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We've just got to get our three drivers from the Formula One class out of the water as quickly as possible. Tricky here with our crane situation, so we're going to get those top three drivers out of their boats and have their crews deal with their boats while we give away some hardware, some well-deserved hardware. Hey, we had no wrecks in the final. Everybody kept it upright. Not everybody necessarily was able to finish the final. Looks like we had a couple boats that had to drop out with some mechanical issues after the beating they took here on the Red River. But what a fantastic run it was for the young driver out of Richmond, Texas. He changed teams in the offseason. He didn't know what boat he was going to run. He thought he was going to be shuffled back to, one of the auxiliary boats on the Outlaw F1 team. They explained to him, hey, man, listen, you're too good of a driver. We're not going to do that to you. They worked a deal with former team owner for the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, Phase 3 Performance, and acquired one of the Phase 3 Performance hulls from its owner, Jim Slack. And sure enough, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo comes out second race of the year and puts it on top of the podium. What a fantastic run for that young driver, and what a great run it was for the 52 of Chris Rinker. He needed points. He finished fourth. He held on till the very end. He was pushing it to the limit. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you one more time. Put your hands together. Your winner in Formula One, giving himself the best birthday present ever. Your champion here at the 2024 Red River Rumble, number 8, Mr. Jeremiah, get out of my way, Mayo. What a great run for that young driver, the first of many victories. Now, I'm being told that might be his first. And if that's his first, that's a pretty big deal. I don't know, guys. Do you think we could chuck him right off here off the top of the plaza, just chuck him 30 feet right down into the river, have him swan dive down in? What a fantastic run by this young driver. But we're going to get him up here as long as the rest of our Formula Lights and our Texas Tri-Hull drivers. So please, all drivers, make your way up here to the judges stand. All drivers in the Formula One class, the Formula Lights class, and the Texas Tri-Hulls, please make your way to the judges stand area for the awards presentation. But man, what a run it has been for the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. And this is why it's going to be so much fun for him when he gets back to the pits. And I'm going to run this for a third time. So those of you here locally, get out your phone. If you want to see the video footage that goes with this audio interview, it is fantastic. It is the audio interview we did yesterday with the Outlaw F1 team. Top 6, 3 of their drivers in the top 7, 2 on the podium. This is what they've been shooting for. They have a lot of fun, but they work hard as well. What a fantastic run for the Outlaw F1 team here at the Red River Rumble. We're going to take a listen to what they had to say as we get geared up for our awards presentation here at round 2 of the 2024 Formula One Powerboat Championships. Here, it's the inaugural Red River Rumble.
Oh man, the way I would describe the Outlaw F1 team is just passionate guys about life. So we're just kind of living life on the edge, having a good time, but doing it really fast. So that's the best way to describe us right now.
So the Outlaw F1 team probably kind of started off from, I guess we could take it back to Timmy's fault, because he had a truck and a trailer for sale. So the entire kind of got together and decided to make a whole team out of it and come out here and raise hell and have fun doing it.
Yeah, it's always good. We're hanging out at the shop constantly, so just being on this team, it really came together. It's great to be on this team. We're all truly passionate about it. What Dustin said, we're here to be fierce competitors and trying to put Outlaw on the top.
Man, I get to learn from these very intelligent individuals to my right. They've been racing for a long time, and they just keep giving me great advice on how to change my boat.
I don't know, man. He's a kid. I don't know what he's probably upset that he's not playing Fortnite or or you know, some sort of video game or whatever. But no, he's figured he has a lot of work to do. He has trials to rig. He's got a bunch of stuff he has to do. So we kind of get on his tail a lot about, hey, you need to focus on this F1, or you need to do this, or you need to do that. We're telling him a lot of things to do while he's already doing a lot of stuff. So he'll figure it out one day.
I will give Grant the credit that he probably works the hardest on all of our stuff when we're not around, because he's the one at the shop every day putting stuff in the truck and all that. And I try. I mean, I paid him to buff my boat because I didn't feel like doing it because he's a broke college kid. So it was $100 for me, and I didn't have to deal with it. So he does put in a little bit more work than we do.
That's a tough one. I've seen him taking some laps around here, doing some sketchy things like that. So it's a very good possibility that that happens.
So yeah, we have punishments at the end of the weekend, and last race in Port Neches, I didn't get to run the F1 and was currently last on the team, and they were thinking about canceling the race. So I made a bet to where if I win the tri-hole final, I wouldn't get punished for F1. That didn't end up happening, but luckily I got to fight for my spot, and Travis ended up getting a spray tan.
You know, that all came out of Dustin just stopping at the right truck stop on the way to Oklahoma and seeing one of the one chip challenge. It started off as a one-time thing and just kind of became a staple in our team, so that every race weekend, whoever finishes last, there's a punishment associated. And yeah, last weekend, or not last weekend, a few weeks back during the Port Neches race, I was the low man on the totem pole and got to get spray tanned in front of 3/4 of the pits, you know, out there in all my glory, so it was great.
Grant.
100%.
Grant.
Smelliest driver.
Hey, not anymore though, because the last race I grabbed his suit and I said, put it in my truck.
So after the tri-hole final where I got sprayed with champagne, about 2 weeks later I called Dustin asking where my driving suit was so maybe I could wash it before this weekend. And he took it and got it washed the first day. I thought I lost it and it was going to be crusty when I got it back.
Yeah, so I gotta thank my wife for that one. So she washed everybody's suits, and we're gonna keep that a thing for every race. I don't know that one. Oh, they hate everything I put on the radio. They're like, "What's this jazzy stuff? What's this, whatever?" And I'm like,
listens to reggae.
yeah. So I don't know. I'm the first one to put my stuff on the radio, so if somebody else wants to take over that duty, they can. But so I just switched over to death metal, so that way Michael Schubert would be happy. As long as he's happy, everybody's stuff works really well.
Most definitely. That is the exact motto that needs to be stapled on the side of this trailer over here, because I think we tend to play harder than what we work.
Lumber out there?
Yeah. Can you see the audio running on there?
I can't see it on there.
Yep. Hey, check. Yep, there we go. All right, cool. righty. Well, good afternoon, race fans. What a fantastic weekend of racing we had. Mother Nature, like she has all year, threw everything at us she possibly could. I think we collected about a ton of wood out of the river today and yesterday. Man, it was rough. That is for sure. We've got our final class making their way up here. We've got all three classes ready to go. We're going to give out some well-deserved hardware here from the inaugural Red River Rumble. All right, ladies and gentlemen, why don't everybody bring it on in here? Let's get nice and close and cozy for these guys. Everybody come on here just right behind all our camera guys. I'm going to hop up here because I'm apparently not tall enough. How's it going, everybody? Hey, if you're here from Shreveport-Bossier, thank you so much for coming out this weekend. It was hot. It was humid. The river swelled to 3.5 feet in 48 hours. Like I said, we pulled a ton of wood out of the river, but we got it all done. What a fantastic weekend at racing it was, especially that F1 final. What a doozy. Don't forget, after the award ceremony, swing on by, grab your last little bit of swag. Hopefully you got yourself a Sharpie marker. You might be able to get an autograph from maybe the 69 at Cole Mullet Wearing or one of the guys who are bringing home some hardware here at the Red River Rumble. We're going to start things off with our Formula Lights class. They had a rough Saturday in Formula Lights. They saw a lot of wear and tear on their equipment. But these three drivers were able to make their way through and end up on the podium. In her first podium here in 2024, one half of the Clover Construction Team. Your third place finisher in Formula Lights, number 24, Shelby Love. Right over there. Well, Shelby, I heard you went for a little bit of swimming there in the final, but you got it fired again and found your way on the podium.
Yeah, just a little struggle, but we got there. It's fine.
It's got to feel good here. You got some hard-fought hardware. You got some great points, and it looks like after round 2, Clover Construction might be 1-2 in the Formula Light standings. That's got to feel pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool knowing that we'll both be up here together soon. A little bit, hopefully a little closer.
Right on. Well, you know what? The first of many. Enjoy bringing some hardware back to California as you wrap up the school year, and enjoy the rest of the time and the drive back to California. You fought hard. That river was brutal, and you earned it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, number 24, your third place finisher, Shelby Love. In second place, you know, when it's rough, there is something to be said of just staying out of the way. Staying out of the way of the debris, staying out of the way of getting hit by your competitors. Even though you may have some struggles throughout the weekend, that consistency pays off. Twice in 2 rounds, he finds himself on the same spot on the podium, ladies and gentlemen. Taking second here at the Red River Rumble in Formula Lights, out of Houston, Texas, number 2, Travis Thompson. All right, I'm going to make my way over here. Travis, you can stay up there, man. I'm tall enough. Hey, man, it looked like the Red River was pretty rough on a lot of equipment in Formula Lights and in Formula One, but you were able to navigate the river. I saw there on your hot lap, you dodged about 45 feet of logs. It's got to feel good to bring the home back to Texas, the boat back in one piece with some hardware in hand.
Yeah, nothing at all this weekend was easy. There was a ton of debris out there. And like you said, you know, it felt like an Indy car on the hot lap, just dodging it all. You know, we were running a 3rd or 4th position propeller and just didn't want to break anything. And, you know, we made it out. Shelby made a mistake, and I capitalized.
Right on. Well, hey, congratulations, man. You deserve it. You got some great points, and now we're on to Alton, and you still got a shot to call yourself the 2024 Formula Light Series champion. I can imagine that'd be a big deal for Thompson Racing.
Yeah, we've had a lot of consistency over the years in our scheduling, so I'd love it if we can make it up there and get another top 3 finish, but, you know, we'll see what personal life cards have in store for us.
Fair enough. Ladies and gentlemen, your second place finisher in Formula Lights, number 2, Travis Thompson. Well, this driver, I have a feeling if you told him before the season, hey, halfway through the season, you're going to be on top of points. It's not going to be Mark Schmierbach. It's not going to be Travis Thompson. Ladies and gentlemen, going back-to-back with his second win in 2 races, your winner here at the inaugural Red River Rumble in Formula Lights, number 12, Traden Schleicher. All right, I'm going to slide behind Travis here to chat with you, Traden. Well, boy, it's been a eventful weekend. You ended up with 6 stitches in your hand. Your boat had holes in it. You got together with a 66 of Randy Parch, but, boy, you guys got it back together. And, man, that thing was still fast, even without a rear cowling.
Yeah, it definitely didn't come easy. We couldn't have gotten it done without the team. I mean, last night, I didn't get to do much helping. I had to kind of stand by and watch them and hand them stuff so they could get it fixed. So it was definitely a late night. We're all pretty tired, and it takes a strong team to win races. So that's what we got.
Yeah, you absolutely have a fantastic race team in Clover Construction, and they're struggling a little bit in the big boats here in 2024, but it looks like between you and Shelby, you guys are carrying the weight for the Clover team.
Yeah, Spencer spends a lot of late hours too, so he's getting old. I think it's wearing on him, but hopefully that'll give him some motivation. He'll get back up there.
Well, hey, man, that's 2 for 2 here in 2024. Well, let's see, a month from now, maybe you can make it 3 for 3. But for right now, congratulations. You get to call yourself the 2024 Red River Rumble champion.
Yeah, thank you guys very much. It takes a team, that's for sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, number 12, Traden Schleicher, and the Formula Lights class. All right, are you guys ready? 3, 2, 1, douse 'em. Shelby didn't even get hers opened. There we go. She got him back. It looks like everybody got soaked. Fantastic. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next class is a fan favorite. I think at one point we had 7 drivers in one corner. How you can even fit 7 boats in one corner on a race course is a mystery of modern physics, but we'll go with it. This driver, he missed Port Neches. He's relocated from Houston to San Antonio here in the last year. He knocked off the dust. The boat rolled in about 5 minutes before testing Saturday morning, so he was able to get it rolling, and he found his way onto the podium, bringing home some hardware back to the San Antonio Metro in the Walker Engineers, number 1, your 3rd place finisher in Texas Tri-Hall, Mr. Corey Walker. All right, Corey. Well, it's been a little bit of a weird 2024. You're used to being at all the races. You weren't able to make them all. It's got to feel good, though, to knock the dust off, come back out here and grab some hardware.
Absolutely, yeah. I couldn't have done it without the Schuberts and Ruben with his guys getting my boat out here, and Grant working out all the wrinkles in the Merc program. So, yeah, I just get to show up and drive, and yeah, very thankful for everything they've done.
It was rough out there today in the Texas Tri-Hall. Rough for everybody, but especially for you guys. You had quite the battle going on with the 52 at Tanner Rinker. Let's talk about how tough that was out there. Boy, it looks like he just slipped up at the end, but, man, he gave you everything he had.
That was rough, yeah. But we're driving good. I felt like I was tangled up with them all weekend, and we just had a lot of fun out there. And Tanner did a great job. I just kind of got the right balance at the end and got away.
Well, hey, man, enjoy it. Have a safe drive back to the San Antonio Metro, but congratulations on some well-earned hardware.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your third place finisher, number 1, Mr. Corey Walker. Man, I tell you, if this guy would have started on the outside of row 1, he might have been in a different position because, man, he drove that thing like he stole it all afternoon. He was on a mission. He fought hard, but he just ran out of laps there at the end. A valiant effort in the McLean trailer-sponsored Tri-Haul. Coming in second here at the Red River Rumble, number 37, Mr. Mason Rinker. All right, first question, Mason. If you had started on row 1, would this be a different story?
Oh, there's no telling. We were running pretty hot. A couple mistakes. Wouldn't have made those. Never know. Could be one over.
Man, it was a good run out there. Obviously, the start wasn't maybe what you wanted, especially when the 17 and Neil Marsh kind of pulled away from everybody early on. But, man, you spent the rest of that 20-lap main event closing that gap. It may not be first, but you got some really good points. I think you've got yourself up in that conversation for the series championship with Marsh and Schubert. Got to feel good to bring more hardware. I think that's hardware at every stop on the tour here in 24, isn't it?
I think it's going that way, and hopefully we keep it up. I like the hardware.
Well, in the Rinker tradition, hardware seems to follow the Rinkers wherever they go. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your second place finisher, number 37, Mason Rinker. All right, I'm going to keep this one short because we've done this about 47 times by now. But he's had the target on his back for over 2 years. What has he done? He came in after back-to-back series titles. He won the opening round in Port Neches, and he wins the inaugural Red River Rumble. He started multiple heats in 7th, 8th, 10th position, and he always seemed to find his way on the podium in qualifying that put him on the pole, and he did what champions do. He ran it wire to wire. Ladies and gentlemen, your inaugural Red River Rumble champion in Texas Tri-Haul, number 17, the dude, Neil Marsh. You go over there. Huh? You go over there, yep. All right, man. Hey, we're going to keep this one brief because we've chatted for about 45 minutes this weekend already. First off, how does it feel to bring home that beautiful piece of hardware back to Michigan?
That's a nice one. This is one of the best ones I think we've got. I love it, man. It's like I said before, it's storybook stuff. We love racing, and we love this group of people, and I couldn't ask for anything else right now.
Right on. Well, I know there's a lot of people behind you, so why don't you look dead out in that camera straightaway center and let them all know what this means for you to be, what they do for you, so you can bring this trophy back home to Michigan.
Yeah, it takes a lot to get that little boat from Michigan and all over the country here to do what I love, and I truly cannot thank people enough. And I know you hear that statement a lot, but I cannot thank these people enough. So I appreciate it. I really do.
All right, well, before the waterworks start flowing, we'll let you get up to stand up here and enjoy that trophy. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, number 17, the dude, Neil Marsh. Ladies and gentlemen, the Tri-Haul class. Three, two, one, douse 'em. I appreciate that the engineer listened to the rules and made sure he didn't spray to the right on the merch tent. Thanks, Corey. All right, guys. Now, the last class of the day, man, it was rough. We lost 5 competitors before we even started the final. We had wrecks, we had debris, we had mechanical failures. We had Mother Nature rearing her ugly head. Like I said, we probably collected a ton of wood out of the Red River just today. But these 3 drivers threw caution into the wind. They mashed that gas pedal to the floor. They trimmed her out, and they let it hang wide open. This driver, I believe this might be one of the first times in his career that we've seen this type of consistency. He finished in this spot on the podium in Port Neches. He's now going to do it again here at the Red River Rumble, and he's collected massive points towards the season championship as he tries to put the Mercury V6 250 APX as a series champion for the first time in history. Ladies and gentlemen, your 3rd place finisher out of Houma, Louisiana. They call him the Dustman, number 3, Dustin Terry. All right, man, right over there. Boy, you're starting to become quite the prognosticator. We talked yesterday, and I know the goal is to fill the entire podium. Round 1, there was 1 out of 3. And here in round 2, like Meatloaf says, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Got to feel good to be on the podium here collecting some valuable points.
Yeah, real proud of the team. Got to thank Rick Hoffman for building some strong boats and giving us the confidence to go out in every heat. You saw some guys choose not to go out and get into that. If we were going to race, we were going to go out there, and we had the equipment to do it. I'm proud to be up here on the podium again. Consistency is what wins the championship, and you can't get in over your head. You just got to calm down and keep getting podiums.
And you collected some massive points here, especially with the 52 of Chris Rinker struggling a little bit in qualifying. He finishes behind you. The 93 of RJ West doesn't even make it to Sunday. Boy, between you and your teammate, I don't know, you throw a card in the air, we're going to see who's going to end up going into Alton in round 3 as your series leader.
Yeah, it's just going to be a points thing. So you got to go one race at a time and take your time. I got to thank my whole team. I got to thank Ameristar Roofing, Flashlight, everybody in the Outlaw team, JH Performance, the series. I want to thank Shreveport, the great state of Louisiana. I mean, beautiful people in this state. And I don't know what else to say. I'm proud. Congratulations. Proud of Travis Yates for driving his butt off. And I couldn't have been more proud and more mad at somebody for getting in the way. Travis drove his butt off. I'm so proud of him. So proud of Grant. Proud of all of our team, and especially to Jeremiah. Congrats, bud.
Hey, man, it's got to feel good to be a Louisiana native, to race in your home state and bring home some hardware back home to the wife and kiddos. Got to feel pretty cool.
Oh, yeah, thanks to my wife and kids. Now get this microphone out of here. I finished in 3rd.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 3rd place finisher, number 3, Dustin Terry. All right, this next driver might be one of the most unassuming Formula One drivers we've got on the series. He just goes about his business. Be danged the highs or the lows. He doesn't let them affect him. His rig didn't get here. Neither did he until 3:30 Saturday morning. He took a 3-hour nap. He hopped in his boat and he went qualifying. He didn't qualify on the pole. He didn't win any of the heat races, but he was always right there. And it wouldn't have, maybe for a bit better of a start, he might have been in a different spot on the podium. But again, valuable points. He needed podium points here this weekend to get back into the conversation for the series championships. Ladies and gentlemen, low car performance, number 17, Dylan Anderson. All right, let's hop up here, Dylan. Have a quick chat. I think your competitor's trying to shake your hand there, saying it was a good race. There we go. By the way, first off, can we check out the fashion statement? Not only the Fu Manchu, but socks with sandals. The true Dylan Anderson style. Spencer Love, there is a contestant out there to try to take over your fashion as the #1 fashion of all Formula One drivers. But anyway, I digress. Dylan, how rough was it out there, man?
Well, you know, if you just had the waves, it was bad. If you just had the wood we were dodging, it was bad. With both of them, It was sporty. It was fun. It was very challenging. Congrats to everybody who managed to not smoke a log, not smoke themselves, and just keep it upright the whole race.
Yeah, it was rough out there. It looked like, outside of that start, everything else went fantastic for you. What happened there right at the beginning? I know that rolling start's a little tricky.
Yeah, the rolling start's a little tricky. We don't have a ton of test time on the current setup we were running on just getting off at, 50 mile an hour to 100 mile an hour. So we gave it everything we had, and me and Jeremiah drag raced to the first turn, made it there together, drag raced to the third turn. He beat us there and took off on us, and we just made sure we stayed upright for the rest of the race and hoped he hit a log or something broke, Yeah. He was fast. He was too fast for us to catch him during that race anyway, so.
But hey, you got some good points after a decent finish in Port Neches, maybe not what you wanted. You're back where you're used to. Now you've got you clawed your way to a chance. We move to the next round in Alton, Illinois. Got to feel good for that Anderson Marine machine. Maybe here in 2024, it's no longer the Cinderella story, but you can keep pushing towards that championship.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the next race, maybe we'll leave a day early. That way, if we break something, we still make it on time for testing. And a little bit of test time, we'll be ready to go.
Right on. Ladies and gentlemen, your second place finisher running for Nashville Marine. Excuse me, for Anderson Marine. Oh, boy, I am so sorry. For Anderson Marine and Low Car Performance, number 17, Dylan Anderson. I'm going to pay for that one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if any of you out there have ever given yourself a really awesome birthday present, but this young man has. His first ever win in the Formula One class on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. He beat all three of his teammates, and he beat everybody else out on the rough and tumble waters of the Red River. He tells everybody, hey, man, why don't you just get out of my way? Well, they all had to get out of his way because nobody could catch him this weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, your inaugural Red River Rumble champion in Formula One out of Richmond, Texas, number 8, Jeremiah, get out of my way, Mayo. All right, why don't you go? We'll go over there. That's okay. Trust me, man. I'm tall enough.
Good job, brother.
All right, man. We'll chat for a quick second. Is this the best birthday present you've ever gotten?
Oh, by far.
Now, between you and your teammates, I know there's a lot of smack that gets talked. Were you letting them know, listen, boys, this is going to be my weekend?
Something like that. I mean, we come up with some pretty good game plans inside of our trailer, working on props and what we're going to run and everything. But there was some smack talking. You always got to do that, especially whenever you're kind of the guy on top out of the trailer.
Yeah, and let's talk about it now. Your first ever win here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series in Formula One, and it came at a time where at any given second your weekend could have been over. How difficult was it out there navigating the waters and the debris?
I mean, like Dylan said, the wind was one thing, the rollers coming down that river were one thing, and then you also needed to have on a prop that allowed you to do some log jumping out there. So there was some ramps out there, and you needed something that would saw some logs.
Now, you had a fantastic finish in the opening round, finishing right behind your teammate just off the podium. You move yourself up 3 spots now. I believe doing some simple math, we might see Outlaw F1 1 and 2 going into the Alton Midwest Nationals. That's got to feel really good as a part of that Outlaw F1 team that you guys got such a stranglehold on the top of the series standings right now.
Yeah, it feels great. I mean, a lot of guys think we're all just jokesters and stuff, but we do work on some stuff. We try and put some things together. Yeah, we should say Michael works on some stuff, or all of the stuff. That's a better way to put it.
Right on, man. Well, hey, I'm going to let you enjoy this right now. Be ready to have that dry suit thankfully cleaned by your roommate's better half so it doesn't stink too bad because it's about to get doused. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion in Formula One, number 8, Jeremiah Mayo. The Formula One class. All right, are you boys ready? 3, 2, 1, douse 'em. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, it's been a fantastic weekend here in beautiful downtown Shreveport-Bossier, Louisiana for round 2 of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series here in 24. We'll see you in just about a month from now, the end of June, just outside of St. Louis for the Alton Midwest Nationals. Don't forget, check us out at F1PowerboatChampionship.com or on all our social outlets, Facebook, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. Check us. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel on YouTube. See all these live races all year long. Good night. God bless. See ya in Illinois.